Welcome, everybody, to the ILIAD'S Gauntlet of the Gods. My name is Chef Billy. I am joined in the casting booth by none other than Unchanged, my friend. How are you doing in this holiday season?
I'm doing really well. Looking forward to some good gameplay from ILIAD's first go at a FACEIT community tournament. Seems like everything's been going really well and everyone's been having a lot of fun. So I really just can't wait to get into some matches, get these semi-finals and this grand final underway and see who's progressing through to the rest of the tournament.
I mean, there's a lot of FACEIT points at stake here for these players, and also an automatic qualifier into January in the actual FACEIT tournament. So there's a lot on the line here for all four of these teams here, as they have already qualified to get in there. It just depends on where they're going to end up at. That's the real question that we're looking at. We're going to start out today, though, with Tanuki Okami and the old Spartans that had a wonderful time on Bullskug stream last night. They had a pretty fabulous result. I think they did go down, but still, that was a hell of a match that I saw on Bullskug stream last night. And then the second semifinal is going to be the DhillDucks versus the Villains from Hivemind. So there's a lot of representation from all facets of our FACEIT community here. Try saying that 10 times fast. And also a lot of Colorado Hero representation as well. So lots of stuff going on here today. We've got some stuff to go over here. Hazard will not be able to be played. That is the first thing. And second thing is that we want to really give a shout out to why we are all here. That is ILIAD, that is XYBA, and that is FACEIT League themselves for putting on this tournament and giving us the platform to bring you all of this action today. So we will see what we have going on, but Unchanged, this is going to be a fun day for us. It's a community event, but there's a lot of this line like I put out there.
Oh yeah, certainly. I mean, these teams, like you said, they've already kind of solidified their place. They're making it through. They're progressing as the top four in each of these community tournaments do. But placements are always important in these things. Everyone likes to have a higher seed when you're making it through, a playoff round, as in any real life sports. Everyone knows that your placements are always key. You don't want to get the hardest matchup in the first round. You want to ease yourself into the next tournament. So certainly will be nice for these teams to see just how far they can push themselves in this and what kind of seeding they can get themselves for the upcoming tournaments. Because yeah, like you said, a lot on the line though, because it's not just seeding that's on the line. I mean, the Gauntlet of the Gods prizing, we've got FACEIT points on the line, as you mentioned. First place, 60k points. That's a lot. It does drop off quite considerably. So, all of these teams, all four of them, will be certainly vying for that 60k top prize, but still 20k for second, 10k for third and fourth. That's nothing to scoff at. They're doing certainly very well there. And if they make it all the way to the end tournament, the FACEIT, the actual community showdown regional playoffs in January, there's a lot of actual cold hard cash on the line if they start making it to the higher seeds there. So yeah, we could probably have a quick look at our bracket now and see how the teams progress to where they are. But yeah, I mean, just getting here, they've already done pretty well for themselves and putting themselves in a good position to maybe earn a pretty reasonable amount of money for a tournament like this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the top half right now, and Alt Spartans dropped a mat to Iliad Artemis, the homegrown teams, doing quite well as they were getting themselves into fighting for, and they do lose their one of their top teams here in the quarterfinals to the previously mentioned Alt Spartans. Alt Spartans went 3 losers, 3-2 last night, I believe it was, versus Nightmare Rotation. Somebody that we will when we start looking at the rosters, Kibbs is one hell of a tank, and I'm very interested to see how they are going to match up against Tanuki Okami, somebody that has been playing in the expert division in FACEIT League as well. So we want to take a look and see how they've been going and see how this matchup is going to go down. Now, there is no losers bracket. We are all the way through here, so loser goes home here. And we're going to see how this is going down. We'll take a look at the rosters now. We're going to look at Tanuki Okami first. And I mentioned, that they have some real stars. Kaori is somebody that I have had a blast watching. The whole Tanuki organization it has just a lot of love behind it, a lot of community support. There's a lot of characters in there. Snotty Finga is somebody that I've watched not only in FACEIT, but also in the collegiate ranks as well. So, and varsity is also another person that I'm looking at here. So I think, the cohesion, I think FACEIT League has really brought the teams together. Where you've got all the other outstanding competitions out there, I think the FACEIT League has really brought a lot of cohesion, a lot of clarity to our competitive scene after the exit of Path to Pro. This is kind of the replacement now. These are the teams that are trying to get up into that Masters division, and they're working their way through the Expert division. And Tanuki Okami is a damn good team. We'll take a look at Alt Spartans next. And man, have they stormed onto the scene here in season number 2 of the FACEIT League. As I said last night, I mean, Cabe is somebody that I have watched for years through the Path to Pro system. Hypno is another widely known support player. Ross last night was an absolute assassin on the Kiriko. I tell you what, they got Brigitte up there, and I did see some Brigitte out of Ross last night, but the kunai, absolute filth. And Kibs, as I mentioned before, they were calling him the Kibinator cat, and there was just some Kib domination going on. The Mauga is absolutely freaking lethal, and gave one of the better tanks in the scene here in the Expert division a lot to handle. So we're going to see a lot of Mauga, I believe, out of Kibs today, but we'll see how the rest goes. Cabe is a legend in the Tier 2, Tier 3 seeds, so I'm absolutely ready to see what they have going on. We've got a lot of ways to go to get there. We got to get it started, though. That's what I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, I mean, certainly so much going on. Like you said, really incredible when we get to see players that have been in and around the community for as long as some of these guys have, working their way up through the system. Like I said, previously trying to grind their way through Path to Pro, now grinding their way through the FACEIT League, trying to work their way up those divisions is always incredible. But yeah, I mean, support players getting highlighted is something I will always be happy about as a partial support main myself. So hearing that some of those kunais were landing nicely is always incredible to see. Yeah, I mean, Kiriko has been lethal since release. We know that. Brig has been an absolute menace since release. So hearing that those are maybe the two characters to watch out for from Ross, certainly going to be interesting. I mean, I'm sure in some ranked lobbies, they are everyone's nightmare to see, because playing two heroes that people absolutely hate to play against can always start to build your reputation to begin with. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this matchup, because like I said, there's a lot of names that, even as someone that jumps in and out of this community and I tend to keep myself more to coaching and trying to keep on top of those things, and maybe I lose track of some of the names, but even when you were going through that's names that even I can recognize. So yeah, these are people that are certainly going to know how to put on a show for us tonight.
Well, as with every single FACEIT League tournament, every FACEIT League series that we have, there are maps voted for and banned. And well, I tell you what, we've got our first map pick in. I can tell you right now, Tanuki Okami, they banned out Lijiang Tower. Kind of sad I didn't get to see the standard come out for once. But the Spartans go ahead and decide that they're going to veto out Busan. So we're headed to the Himalayas. We're headed to Nepal for our first map here in our semifinal. Tanuki Okami, they are the ones that chose that. So it tells me that they want to have some space to move, other than looking at you're looking at Shrine, you're looking at a village. I'm really tempted to see, do they pull out a Sim strat? Because Sim worked very well against them last night in a game where Harmony was kind of dominating on Nightmare rotation, just absolutely making their life hell, charging up the microwave beam to level 3 at all times. So this is going to be a lot of fun. This is going to be a lot of fun for everybody. I think that we've gotten it pretty much everywhere where we need to go, other than getting ourselves into the game. This is the semifinal number 1. Now, a reminder, or a little bit of a programming note. When we get done with this first series, we're going to have a quick little break, and then we're going to jump straight into game or series number 2, the lower semifinal, semifinal number 2, as they're going to have a staggered start. They're going to be an hour behind us, so they will be starting their game around 7 p.m. Eastern. So we'll have like a 90-second, maybe 2-minute break, and then we will be jumping right into the action there. So if you're looking for the other semifinal, they will be starting in about 50 minutes. So keep yourself glued here. Don't go away. Make sure you have yourself hydrated and everything else that you need in this, because we are about to have a sound of Overwatch 2 here in the Gauntlet of the Gods here, put on by Iliad. Thank you so much, LA Smurf, for having us in here. And the beautiful product XYBA, Headrammer, and Hippie look good and keeping the scenes going good as we go through there. So I don't think anything else is really to go there unchanged other than getting us into game.
Yeah, really just waiting on getting into game now, because as you said, covered everything amazingly well. You always pick up on my Slack wherever I am missing out on anything. Well spotted on noting the staggered start of that second semi-final. But yeah, we're going to be full on kind of NFL red zoning it. It's going to be like 3 hours of uninterrupted Overwatch content for you tonight. Probably even more than that, actually, because yeah, as you said, we're going to be jumping pretty much straight from the semi-final 1 into semi-final 2. And then, I mean, depending on how long that matchup takes, we could be going straight into the grand final with a very short delay on that as well. So yeah, will be a lot of jam-packed content. So hopefully we can keep everyone entertained and updated on what's going on. As you just see the map set on your screens now, we can see all of them were locked in. So we've got Nepal, Kings Row, Runasapi, Sardavasa, and Shambali, all maps picked, obviously locked in with that ban and pick phase like you mentioned prior to going in, so we can jump straight to each map as soon as the next one is previous one is finished. So yeah, seeing some of these maps, I mean, I'm curious how you think they're going to be played out here.
Oh boy, I mean, I think Nepal is the obvious choice here. If you're not going to Lijiang, I think that you kind of hone yourself on Nepal. Kings Row shows me that I believe it was the Spartans that picked that. Yeah, they want to brawl there, so they want to get Malga in there, and then we're looking at more mobile compositions here from Tanuki Okami. So I think that we're going to be going back and forth between a little bit more mobility versus more in your face. And fortunately, we don't have to deal with Hazard here in this tournament. So we will see a lot. I think we're going to see a steady diet of Reinhardt, Malga. I think that we'll see a lot of Sigma as well. When they're forced into that more brawly style, I think that you will try to run kind of an in-your-face poke and try to deal with the Malga, try to eat a lot of that damage, the incendiary bullets coming in as well, and try to, once again, deal with Ross as well. Ross went on a tear on University yesterday in Oasis. My jaw was on the ground just watching him hit headshot after headshot. I try to do my best Uber impression on myself, but we'll see. We'll see if they're able to continue that again. There's been a lot of Overwatch played here. Across FACEIT competitions here this past week and weekend, as the championships there for season 2 are getting coming to a conclusion, and now we have the Gauntlet of the Gods here today with ILIAD. So I mean, everything's on the line for them here today. We're ready to see what they got. Just a little bit more time coming in from the players. They need a couple more seconds to get themselves ready, make sure all their peripherals are charged up and good. But I mean, Runasapi, I have not seen very much played in a competitive sense, personally. I'm really interested to see, is it a steady diet of either the Orisa or the Sigma being your frontline tank? I know that Kibbs loves the Malga, but there's times that you have to, be able to adapt and overcome. We'll see if that's going to be the case here.
Yeah, I certainly agree. I mean, like I said, Malga, he is one of the more oppressive tanks. I mean, that is undeniable. There is a reason why he is generally the meta pick. I mean, watching some of the car matchups earlier today, I've seen a lot of Malga getting played. And as someone that plays him myself, I am a menace. I am the meta abuser. Always have been and always will be. It's interesting to see players figure out ways to maybe not even full counter him, but just slow him down a little bit. Just deny some of that oppressive ability. Try and take down the rest of the team in different ways, or just, as you said, try and absorb, try and eat, try and mitigate as much of that damage that Malga just wants to output directly into your face the entire time. Because most of Malga's gameplay is pretty one-track minded. You go in and you shoot. There's two big Gatling guns on his arms for a reason, and I mean, they put a lot of work in. The amount of damage that I was seeing coming out of some of these players. I mean, I felt like my lobbies would go on for ages with some of those Mauga versus Mauga just head first fights, but with the insane healing and how incredibly well everyone just hits their shots, I'm surprised at actually how quickly sometimes a just slightly out of position Mauga can get blown up as well.
Yeah,
like
I've been looking at, I've been watching a lot of FACEIT through the different divisions, and I tell you what, looking at the Ana Kiriko backline, where if you feel that you have the prowess to do it, then you're good. But for me, I'm scared that Ana's just going to get pounced on with the cardiac overdrive, getting in there, getting on top of them. That's where the Brigida, you run with that, but then you don't have the cleanse and stuff like that. I mean, there's a whole chess match that goes on as we now are able to get into game.
Yeah,
your first semifinal is starting here, and I tell you what, looks like we are going to start out on Shrine. So there's a chance for poke here. It doesn't have to necessarily be up in your face, and we're going to see how will these two teams be able to deal with each other's strengths. Tanuki likes to dissect and hollow out, whereas this alternate Spartans team really does like to go in with a bull and china shop approach and get into your face. So this is going to be what I'm looking at as we break down these fights. How do they deal with it? How do they deal with Kibs?
Yeah, I mean, we just went on about how oppressive the hero can be, but like you said, Kibs isn't just good at Mauga, but is exceptionally good at the Mauga. Just happens to be. He's obviously a very dominant tank player that is now taking full advantage of this hero being strong, but also, both teams opting to TP, both taking very different rotations into this first fight, though. So certainly different tactical engages coming out here as we see the Queen looking to opt in. Nice bit of pull, lots of damage onto that Mauga, so we'll be seeing how much sustain Hypno can put out. Lots of Juno healing having to come in onto Kibs, who is now kind of zoned out slightly. So it does look like Tanuki Okami will not quite be able to get that first cap, and now here comes the engage from Alt Spartan. Biblical on the Genji with that first kill, finds one Leaf Clover in the backline, finds a second one onto Key, and that should pretty much be this fight done and dusted here.
Man, they just absorbed the entirety of that first little poke phase coming in from Key. And Key was doing the work there, pulled Kibs out of position a couple times, just wasn't able to get enough of a damage onto him. The mitigation from the June was just too good. And we will see, when we return here, as we get an in-game pause. Looks like somebody, oh no. Yeah, they're having words. Somebody just lost out of the lobby. It looks like Biblical just got booted from the lobby. But I mean, that's a really good indication of where Alt Spartans are right now. They didn't just rush in headlong, and so it's nice to see on a point like Shrine that they have some natural protective cover there. Juno was just able to just absolutely pump the heals. And I mean, if you look at them right now, the Hypno 63% towards the orbital ray, and that is a serious amount of work. And I mean, Biblical last night had a 3K Dragon Blade. I believe it was on Gardens, if memory serves correctly. No, it was on Midtown. So I mean, they've got some serious weapons at all positions here, this Alt Spartans team. And I think that if we're going to be looking at what the Tanuki squad is going to need to do, they're going to need to be able to section off Kibs and really deal with them. Otherwise, they're going to be facing an orbital beam faster than not.
Yeah, and I mean, talking about Alt Charge, we can still see, but when they're coming back into this fight, it's not just Hypno that was close. I mean, one of the other heroes we probably should have mentioned coming into a matchup since the recent patch is Sojourn, the new queen of DPS once again. I know my friend Luke will be very happy about the Sojourn supremacy being back. Will certainly be making his way back up the rank ladder once again, I am sure. But Cabe, as you said, is on that DPS, on that Sojourn, was the one pumping out a lot of damage that inevitably, I'm sure, got One Leaf Clover and Key as low as they were for Biblical to be able to finish them off on the Genji. And 70% ult charge already. I mean, damn, that overclock's going to be coming out super, super fast. And yeah, I mean, as if Sojourn wasn't doing enough damage already, overclock, and with players that can hit shots like these guys can, that is a pretty lethal combination. So yeah, really very scary, because off of that one fight alone already, Tanuki are quite far behind on the ult charge.
I think that, yeah. I mean, we were looked at it. When was it? It was seasons 8 and 9. I believe that Sojourn was just so oppressive, and now we're kind of almost back to that level. Not quite where we were at back then, but still, I think that the critical amplifier that you get from hitting the headshots, especially in the overclock, just the reload speed is just insane. And we know that Cabe, for at least 5 years for me watching him play, not only collegiately but also here in FACEIT, beautiful player in their own right. So we'll see what we got, and we're going to see if we have people coming in. I don't know if we're going to be able to get them back into this match or not. They're having some serious connection issues. We'll see what we got.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they are able to get back. It is always an issue, but does look they are in, both teams saying they are ready. So here we go, so immediately back underway, and now we see Key and the rest of the Tanuki team looking to get that poke off once again to set themselves up for another engagement.
This is going to be interesting, how they get on top of Kibbs. That's a good start, but they still need to pull them out of position and out of the way of that hyper ring, because that's just extra speed on top of that. Might be it.
Yep, but Varsity, once again, the Sojourn is able to find the damage and get that first pick, and again with the follow-up. So a lot of just team focus. That is how these comps need to be played. Just burn that one player down altogether, and now we see Cade trying to touch, but not really going to be able to do anything with the rest of their team down. And yeah, that fight was over about as quickly as it started there, Billy.
Yeah, maybe a little frustration from getting the DC and losing all that beautiful charge. That Biblical is going to have to really fight their way to get themselves back into a good ultimate rotation. But I mean, I'm looking at right now. I mean, they can engage with this overclock, and if Cabe gets in any kind of trouble, you have that orbital ring ready to go. So we'll see if they're able to get on top of it. And well, Harry has decided that they're going to take an impressive look at this.
Yeah, Kaori being a menace in that backline finds Cabe, who was alone on that high ground, maybe looking for an off angle. So now, as you said, the orbital cannon coming in, but it's immediately countered with a Kitsune raid. But Biblical finds Kaori. Hypno as well. Tanuki Okami dropping immediately there. 2 backline characters down. Ross following in from the Alt Spartans finds Key, who had tried to switch off of the point, and Varsity, who had popped overclock, not able to turn the fight for their team. And once again, Alt Spartans able to take a nice quick fight, and yeah, that seemed to flip very, very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Ross ended up popping the rally, and Biblical got a good amount of that overshielding from it, and that's why you didn't see Varsity confirm the kill, was they were riding over on Mega behind the elephant. So now, there's a lot to play for here. I mean, you've got the blade ready to go. Biblical's going to build theirs up here. Maybe the deflect is out. But, I mean, there's going to have to be really careful with this this overclock coming out.
Yeah, Cave, we see them hitting some of those shots, getting them low. Unfortunately, Biblical not quite able to follow up, but will now, as there we go. Biblical finds Snotty Finger, who had got hit as well. Key comes out, did find one with that rampage, did get onto point, but not enough to save the rest of their team, who had just got harassed and hounded in the backline. And now we see, yeah, the stagger coming out here, Billy. It's going to be a really hard time to re-engage now. 86% already, and their tank's going to be delayed on the respawn as well.
Rather than dueling Banjo, dueling Blades coming in, P swapping over to the Doomfist to give themselves at least a touch. And there's the cage match out. Oh, my word.
Yeah, I mean, you see someone pick a mobility hero. What's the best way to shut down a mobility hero? What? Just use the ultimate of Mauga, that cage, immediately locking them down, locking them in place. Just a great way to push up and deny that quick re-engage off of any mobility heroes. Just lock down pretty much that entire choke point. So really smart play there from Kibbs. I mean, also got to remember, this isn't Marvel Rivals. You're not carrying your ults into the next maps as much. You do carry them over here on some of these, but yeah, not on Overwatch. So quick reset, you know you can use it. It's last fight territory. It's not going to be that big. Now though, Billy, there's a Rhine.
There is a Rhine. Well, that's not the new Thor skin, is it? I haven't had a chance to look at the new Thor skin yet, but still, I love this skin. I didn't see the beard though. The only thing I'm missing is the beard. I mean, kids have just decided that they're had enough of their tomfoolery. It's gonna push right in.
Yeah, taking the space immediately, drops low, but it's Ross finding that first pick, finds Varsity, so there is that Sojourn damage at the fight. Kibbs and Biblical able to follow up with it. Corey desperately trying to survive, but Ross comes back in, finds them as well. So Alt Spartans, again, playing the ultra-aggressive playstyle on this Koth map, and it's certainly working for them so far.
I mean, this is, for me, is going to be how do you get key in behind the shielding of Rhine? How do you make good, effective use of the Junker Queen? You've got the spot healing, of course, with the commanding shout. But I mean, you're basically playing for that. Well, that's a one way to get in there.
Yeah, I mean, great way catching Ross out. Nice use of the dagger to pull them in. But Biblical, that's a trading of the Genjis. One lead Clover going down now. Key on point on their own. Hypno finds them. Key did manage to pull off Kibbs though in the meantime, so no Rhine on point. Both tanks down, and Corey is now able to get in and be a menace. Ross comes back in and finds Snotty Fingers, so the healing is dropped, and Alt Spartans were just about able to hold on to point for that. But Varsity, this fight's still not over. There you go, and a beat having to come out from Ross to keep Biblical up because Hypno is down. Can they find any kills off the back of it? Well, Ross dies, so Corey certainly knew that they could find a kill. Blizzard came out, but it's not going to really capture anyone inside of it, so now Biblical relying on the right clicks. One leaf Clover finding Kibbs with the final blow, helps out their tank, and now the rest of Tanuki Okami able to push back through on what looked to be a lost fight there.
I mean, this is a good amount of aggression. I mean, they decide, you know what, the beat doesn't really matter, and they save their commanding shots. They knew that Biblical had Blizzard ready to go. Nice avoidance of that. Even with the wall that threw up, denying their escape, they just went into the small little undercoven there, and well, we saw he use their commanding shot to get away from it.
Yeah, but now we see the re-engage. Kibbs finds Kaori. He would just popped that blade, so no Genji pop off in this fight. Lots of the Alt Spartans dropping insanely low, so Hypno having to heal them all the way back up as they come in for this engage. Now we see Cabe though with the overclock. Can they get the kill? It's a double overclock, so Varsity trades out the Genjis, having found Ross, who is going to actually take full advantage in this fight. There we go. Cabe with a lovely sliding headshot onto Varsity, finds that opening pick, takes out a lot of the damage there, tries to deny the engage from Kaori as well. If they can find that kill, that'd be huge. Hypno, the support, finds it, and that will be a win fight for Alt Spartans. Able to get point progression back in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, you want to look down and see how Snotty Finger's going to decide to use this this Tsune Rush, because they've got a lot of weapons that they're going to have to run in on top of. One of them being the Blizzard from Biblical once again unchanged.
Yeah, but well, Kitsune Rush is the first thing to actually get popped, and it's after Key already running down Cabe, now running down Ross, the Queen, doing a lot of damage here. Another BAP window out already from Hypno, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do much. No, One Leaf Clover finds him. The Blizzard does get a bit of damage. Biblical and Kib's able to get a couple of kills there, but I feel like it's going to be a little too late for this fight yet. Key able to find Biblical. Varsity doing some damage. Nice shatter there from Kibbs, but unless they can find a team wipe, it's going to be quite hard for them to actually secure this. They are holding the space pretty well, but here is the re-engage from Tanuki Okami that I was expecting. Yes, Snotty Finger and Kaori on the Genji chasing them down, so now Alt Spartans did cap point there, but they are down their tank coming into this fight.
I mean, I'm looking for, yeah, a quick engage here on the sound barrier, and this is exactly what's going to happen. One fly is going to pop. There's two unchanged.
Yeah, both beats out, so both of the Lucios looking to get their teams heavily in. Biblical finds Kaori on a slight off angle, so there's going to be a Genji fight there. But on the other side of point, we have Cabe and Hypno. Ross, the support's going in hard for Alt Spartans, able to find the kills. Two people antied on point by Key. Does secure the 2 kills, but now has to deal with Hypno and Cabe. Cabe popping the slight security overclock. I feel like they're going to be a little bit disappointed in themselves for using that, but they did secure the point, so I guess their team can't be too disappointed.
No, and I mean, we're looking at Overclock and Blade here coming up for Tanuki Okami. Both the support ultimate is out. So it's all going to be in the neutral here for the Alt Spartans. They need to build up as fast as they can to a Blade, but closest. Hypno might be able to work into a normal Brave. I'm just not sure.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if they can in this fight. Varsity able to put out a lot of damage there. Does have the overclock, like you said. It's Snotty Finger, though, that finds the final blow. Those kunai hitting. Now Kaori able to chase into the backline and get some damage off. There's 2 kills from the Dragon Blade. Their team able to easily walk on and secure a point. They were already at 99%. And there we go. That is 1 point apiece in this Nepal matchup right now.
I mean, that is a great turnaround and a great result there for them. I mean, I thought it was going to be one-way traffic here in the beginning of the first fight. We saw some changes, though. We saw some real adaptation and being able to take corners, being able to take fights on their terms. Even Key, going in there with some desperation, rampages, getting the work done, and holding on to ultimates. The patience that's being shown by both teams with some of these ultimates is truly staggering. Kibbs back over to the trusty. Lovely Malga. We'll see what Key brings here, if they're going to be able to deal with this or not. I'm surprised we haven't seen a Tracer, but I think that now, with Ross going back over to this Brigade, yeah, absolutely cannot have that in your back pocket.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. I mean, engaging as any dark character, everyone knows it's always a nightmare against the Brigitte, but now we see Cabe aggressively sliding up onto that high ground, trying to find some damage. Key, look, dropping very low, but it's Varsity, actually, for Tanuki Okami that gets the first pick. Hypno does, though, find Key. But as I said, it's taken a lot of chunk damage, trying to contest that high ground. Now, what can the rest of this Tanuki Okami team do without their tank? Well, not a lot. There's Cabe with the kill and Kibbs with the engage, setting their team up to find more kills. Clover dropped, Kaori dropped. So now, even though the respawn did come in, Key immediately having to back out to reset with the rest of their squad.
I mean, looking at the tank ultimates charges right now, pretty even. I think that Key just got a little bit dissected from the rest of the team, especially with Cabe going on that little safari on the opposite side of the point here in Village, and it really gave them kind of a crossfire situation they just were not prepared to deal with. Now they need to be able to get in on top of them. Varsity is going super low here.
Yeah, Varsity immediately forced out. Nice job there from Biblical. It was on the Genji to zone away the soldier and damage. Now we see Cabe with some nice high ground control, able to put out a bit of damage, but the Kitsune rush. Here we see Cabe in the backline. Key, though, taking full advantage of the Kitsune rush. Tanuki Okami able to get that first pick, and it's Kibbs down. Once again, losing your tank, a big part of these fights, but Biblical thinking he can turn it with a blade, not with one weak Clover hitting the beat. Here we go. There is the rampage as well, just to secure these kills. They want to get it over and done with as quickly as possible, give Alt Spartans as little point progression as they can, and a lot of alt investment, but a clean one fight in the end because both teams using a lot.
I mean, the fact that you get both DPS ultimates out there is a huge win here for Tanuki Okami, because now they're going to have the overclock and they're going to have the blade, and I think you go 1-2 with those ultimates and see what you can get out of it. Kibbs, though, cage match coming up here very shortly. That's going to be the real kicker, is can you contain Kibbs right now long enough for you to match the percentage gained by Tanuki or by All Spartans.
Yeah, Biblical dropping very low on the Genji. We see Kibbs just slow walking, progressing their way through this high ground, kind of forcing Tanuki Okami to drop. I feel like they gave that high ground up a little bit too willingly, but Alt Spartans kind of having to zone away. There you see, here it is, Varsity with the overclock. Finds Ross, though, does trade, but Biblical finds Snotty Finger, so that is a support down a piece. Both down, though, because Hypno dropped to the blade from Corey, but Cabe, another incredible sliding railgun shot, finds only Clover as well on the point. Sojourn just not wanting to give up here, and that entire time Kibbs was just being a menacing presence kind of in the face of Tanuki Okami, allowing the space for the rest of his team to get that damage off.
I mean, one fight, and then you've got an additional 30% ult charge, so cage fight's going to deny the point here from Tanuki Okami, unless they can, kind of speed away from it. Only thing that I'm looking at right now is, where does Kaori go right now. They go off on their own little side here, try to get to the back line. That's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, certainly will be interesting to see as we see the shout already out from Key. Cage fight was used, didn't catch Key, but did get Key as they tried to run away. Corey was trapped in it and did subsequently die. Now we see the super aggression from Kibbs, wants to push the advantage, knowing they're in near enough last fight territory. Any picks they get here will be huge, and there it is. Kibbs and Biblical teaming up to find Varsity. They're going to keep pushing the advantage now that they know they have it, and what more kills can they get? Well, Key says, I can find one of your supports. There's Hypno down, but Biblical has the blade, is just looking menacing, is just going to deny the touch. Never mind, because Corey had swapped over onto Tracer, so now there is a menacing Tracer harassing to get the overtime wick burning down here, getting yet another touch, doing an incredible job touching here in the overtime fight, making it last as long as they can, but does finally die. Biblical with the dash finds that finishing damage onto actually that was Snotty Finger, the support that dropped. So still Corey was alive. Now Key comes in, finds Kibbs, so that's a tank down in this fight. But Biblical, there we go, there's the Genji damage and the follow-up. Ross as well finding a kill during that fight, and Spartans in what was a kind of scrappy last fight, but able to pull it out and get the victory on Nepal.
I'm telling you what, Hypno and Ross are absolutely freaking disgusting on the support line. They don't just go for heals, and you love to see it. You love to see them be able to kind of make the engagements as they go, and really maximize their DPS output. So I mean, that's what I'm looking at is, you know, how are they making these engages for their team? And I mean, it was back and forth. All three sub maps absolutely looking like they have really earned their spots here. I'm impressed nonetheless, but just a little bit too much in the cave department. I talked about it in the opening. I'm going to keep talking about it. Cave doesn't miss very often, and when they do, you know what, Biblical on the backside is able to do it. And if it's not them, then it's Ross and Hypno. Ross is bloodthirsty, and it has a definite grudge for all opponents that they are facing right now. Those sliding shots that Cave has been hitting regularly is just a testament to how good of a player they are.
Yeah, and some of the shots, it's not even just like, yes, hitting that slide shot is very impressive. It looks nice on the broadcast. Everyone loves to see it. But it's the impact that some of those shots are making. I mean, they're getting picks on people that don't think they're in any sort of danger at that particular moment in time. And then they're able to just slide around a corner, find a slightly delayed or slightly off-tempo pick, and the rest of their team is immediately following up off it. I mean, Kibbs, the second Kibbs saw anyone from Tanuki die, they were straight sprinting into the middle of the enemy team and just holding that space and being like, I know I have an advantage, my team can follow up on it, so I'm now going to be a big space creating distraction and damage pump in the middle of this. And yeah, it certainly seemed to work in those fights.
Right, and I mean, looking at how they spaced out their support ultimates as well, you would see the orbital ray come in first, and then they, as we get about halfway through that, then Ross would pop rally on the back of it. So you've got that just over-tuned healing, in my opinion, just pumping it out there, and then you've got the overshielding going there as well. Just fantastic from both sides. I think that both sides really showing their moxie here and showing their skill and class, just a fight here or there. And honestly, I think that Cabe picking up those random shots out on the outside is where a lot of this confusion and not saying where did that come from. That's because Cabe is taking these off angles so beautifully, using the mobility, using the power slide to get into better advantageous positions and get the clean shots off. So, man, 1-0 here, first to 3 here in our semifinal. We've got Kings Row coming up next. I'm taking a look at what we got. And all the Spartans are going to be on the attack as we head into London. It looks like the Spartans decided that we were not going to Paraiso. And Tanuki Okami said, Eichenwalde is not the place that we want to go. So we ended up settling on Kings Row. I like the pick, but also it's going to show, it's going to be a playground for Genji. Lots of room for them to climb around. I really did like one Leaf Clover on the Lucio. Lots of room for Lucio to have some fun too. So I think that we're going to continue with this Genji battle that we've got going on, and I think the Sojourn is kind of a must pick right now. When you've got good sight lines to be able to shoot down I think that we need to see that. So, well, it looks like they've changed it up. It looks like that they're going to be on the defense. The Spartans are going to be on the defense.
Yeah, but as you said, this is the map picks, like we said, previously picked. You spotted out who bans and that word, but thing to note, it was Tanuki Okami's map pick of Nepal. So this is now Alt Spartans map pick for King's Row, which means something they have confidence in. I mean, I'm sure every team has some level of confidence in the good old Scrim's Row down in my backyard, down in London. Will be interesting to see what kind of comps you pull out. But generally, this is a brawl map, so based on what we just saw from Alt Spartans, no real surprise that they would be comfortable coming in to King's Row, coming into a brawl-heavy map like that. We'll be probably expecting to just see more of the same from them, but I'm curious to see if Tanuki Okami maybe try and change something up, or because, as you said, a lot of those fights were so close and it was just one pick here or there that seemed to really turn them. If they just feel like a quick little mental reset and go again might just be the answer.
I don't know if you go with the Sigma here. That's the thing. I don't know if you go with Sigma here on Eichenwald. I think Orisa works a lot better here. If I'm putting out my dear donkey horse lady, I think she has a better kit to deal with. Not only kids in the front line, but I also think that looking from the sides to being able to deal with the Sojourn, being able to deal with biblical on the Genji, cave on the Sojourn. So those are things that I'm looking at, and we'll take a look and see how Tanuki comes out on the attack, and we'll see how it goes down.
Yeah, certainly interesting to see how it goes down. As we said, Alt Spartans, though, looking to stick to the good old familiar things that they had. Tanuki Okami, though, maybe opting for something a little different with Kaori on the Hanzo, maybe hoping to just get some more poke, spam damage, maybe find some picks on the squishies behind and around Kibbs without him able to kind of meat shield and mitigate any of that damage. Because that is the big part of what Kibbs does on the Malga, what anyone does on the Malga, is you go in and you just meat shield, you face tank everything with that increased damage mitigation that he gets. Varsity looked for that early Widow pick, no one peaked, and there is swap. I guess both of them were just looking for that initial spawn peak, and now swap over to the Genji and the Sojourn. So we're back to just seeing the same matchups that we saw on the last map. So yeah, certainly will be interesting to see who gets this first engage cleaner.
I like the fact that Kibbs is just saying, you know what, show me where you're shooting, and I will take them out, and bye-bye, Key. They absolutely, that's a bit of an overpush there from Key, my friend.
Yeah, pushing all the way through Hotel, through the other side, kind of breaking support line of sight. One Leaf Clover tried to follow up, but just found themselves dead for doing so, and then Cade cleaning it up with a pick on the Varsity. So yeah, first fight, first hold. Looks like Alt Spartans are pretty happy with the way things are going right now.
Okay, so hear me out. Winton.
Okay.
Ability to engage, ability to take high ground, ability to, keep that consistent stream of damage down. And then, using Primal, not only to reset the health pool, but also being able to, get in on top of it. Good God, I told you Ross is bloodthirsty. Ross is bloodthirsty.
Yeah, Ross pincer maneuvering, wrapping all the way around on that Hotel engage that the Spartans try to make, and Kibbs and the rest of the team able to follow up and clean up, but they did lose one of their own in the meantime. So Varsity do have, Varsity and the Tanuki Okami team do have the spawn advantage, so it'll be interesting to see if they can take advantage of that 5v4.
And Ross needs to get back in a hurry, and that's a good charge rail shot going in. Yeah, they need to look at their off angles as well. Ross is leading the charge here through Hotel.
Yeah, Ross goes in aggressively, got back quickly, like you said, but now we see Cave with the overclock, looking to pummel out some damage. Corey reflected that shot. Biblical did a get down, Mr. President ate that shot to the head, but does still look like Alt Spartans are slightly in the ascendancy here in this fight. Varsity did trade one out, but Cabe got 4 kills in that fight, and that is all you need to know about how that ended.
I mean, Cave, you could technically say 5 kills because the deflect killed his own.
Yeah.
Still, I joke. I'm still looking at, they're going to have to get in on top of this, and Cave is gone.
Yeah, I mean, geez, talk about going in quick. One Leaf Clover finding that kill. Now Biblical, though, trading it out. There's 3 kills for the Genji, saying anything my DPS partner can do, I can do as well. Ross finishing the blow on the key. Biblical finds Corey, and, well, we just spoke about 4K coming out from one of the Alt Spartans DPS, and Biblical said, hey, here, hold my handbag. Let me pull this one out as well.
Hold my hand back. Appropriate when you're casting with me. Absolutely appropriate. But still, left no crumbs there. And now they've got both. They're going to be going into both of these DPS orphans. There's the blade coming out.
Yeah, Corey says I can pull a blade out of my own, but Kibbs denying the movement ability. Hypno and Biblical now able to follow up on that cage fight. Ultimate Snottyfinger did find that pick on Hypno, so once again, a support down in that fight, but it's Biblical. I mean, it's just DPS filling up the kill feed. I know the rest of the Alt Spartans team are doing an incredible job when you can just enable your DPS to pop off this hard.
I mean, we're at 15 seconds just about. No ultimates support-wise ready to go. You've got the overclock. You've got this. You've got the rampage, so you're going to have to make the best of this.
Yeah, no way of denying the rampage on whoever it hits on, but it's Varsity with the overclock popping out first. Biblical immediately on the high ground to try and deny it, but Kaori and Key had run through the rest of the team, finding Ross and Cave, so no more Brig, no more Sojourn damage. Should be pretty happy with this fight. There goes the rampage, finds the anti onto Kibbs, who had dove into that backline and found Snottyfinger, but it's not going to be enough to turn the fight. Shout comes out for that extra bit of healing to keep everyone alive, and Tanuki Okami just about in the nick of time, able to capture that first point.
Yeah, I mean, we're already into that 2:30 that goes in the clock, so, I mean, they got that just as it ticked over to overtime. Good thing for Tanuki. They do get another point to play with here. They have a sound barrier on their line, but both support ultimates are just about ready for all Spartans. You're about 12% away for Snottyfinger. This is going to be a good engagement here around Bookstore as long as they can hold the space here. I give a little bit of the advantage here to Okami.
Yeah, I mean, that it's going to be interesting to see how they can play into that orbital. Oh, it's Cave actually first one out. There we go. Key immediately finding the pick, though. Cave peeking a little aggressively, a little early there. Does immediately, there is the orbital strike coming out. Ross as well, following it up with the Brig rally. They said staggering them both in, but there's a Kitsune rush. They want to go in even with Key down. Tanuki Okami not happy with the way that fight was going. Wants to keep on pushing. They are getting a good way through this streets phase here, but can they secure the kills to get a full cap? Or, as we see Kibbs coming in here on the engage, and then we see Biblical with the blade. I knew that was going to be big. I saw 3 people low HP as that was getting popped. So there are 3 kills. There's the 4th. One might just escape in the form of Snottyfinger, but the rest of Tanuki Okami dead. Never mind. Biblical finds them as well. And yeah, a nice clean rotation and retake there from the Alt Spartans.
I mean, let's talk about what Cave just did there as well. I had popped their ultimate at the beginning of that first engagement here in second point. It got denied right away. Now they're already at 62% counting.
Oh my god, yeah, crazy amounts of damage, but it's Key. Tanuki Okami and the rest of that squad, Kaori, who had popped the blade, able to come back in. Maybe a little bit of an over-aggressive hold from the Alt Spartans. Hypno, though, still in the back line, finding Snottyfinger. Does mean that there's not going to be as much healing online for Tanuki Okami on the payload. Can they get some kills off of it? Yes. However, Ross drops, so Alt Spartans a little bit split and a little bit staggered here in this fight.
Well, I mean, we got some tools to play with here now, and that's a huge one coming up. But the kids, once again, with the cage match.
Oh my god, just immediately turning the fight back on its head once again. These teams never want to surrender any of these points. Cave, there is the overclock, there is the 3K. Can they make it 4? Yes, they do. Damn. I mean, I was just about to say it looked like Tanuki Okami were about to settle into this next fight, and Alt Spartans immediately turning it around.
Nah. Nah. That's what Q from Malga is just nah. And I mean, with the orbital with the orbital strike over the top of it. I mean, it's just disgusting. It's disgusting. It completely devalues any of the charge that comes through with it. And I mean, Cabe was on one. Biblical was on one as well. I love what I'm seeing from this old Spartans team. Tanuki Okami are fighting tooth and nail for every single meter that they're getting here. And that, they did get some really clean fight wins. I just think that the fight planning coming from Alt Spartans right now, it's just a little bit too much to handle.
Yeah, I mean, like you pointed out, is heavily favoring the alt fights for alt Spartans. Anytime they have alts online, they seem to almost perfectly know how best they want to utilize them. And the rest of the team is doing very well at enabling whatever alts they have online and getting the most utility, getting the most advantage out of it, whether it be trying to cause a distraction and enable the DPS to get some good kills off, or whether it be just fully stacking up on top of those support alts. They're certainly doing really well. Ooh, nearly a Widow pick out of Spawn, though. Cabe looking once again, landing the shot, but not able to get a kill because it is a tank that they hit, and now swapping over to the Sojourn as we expect. And there we go. There's the setup for this first engagement.
It's all going to be about how much Cowrie can deny space taking from Cabe right now using that power slide. It's also going to be up to one leaf Clover being able to keep their team mobile enough to get out of these engagements.
Yeah, but wow, Tanuki Okami defense on top in this first engagement. One leaf Clover on the Lucio finding themselves heavily involved in that kill feed. That's always fun to see. But yeah, rest of the team able to follow up off of a nice quick engage. And I feel like the Queen Shout working really nicely for them on the defense. Absorb and re-engage type playstyle.
Quick dashes in coming in from Biblical. It's just dirty. It's just dirty. And now you've got this backside rotation coming from Biblical that's going to displace their backline.
Yeah, and Biblical finding one, finding two. That's Curry and one leaf Clover. So no more Genji, no more Lucio online for Tanuki. Does mean that it's going to be harder to sustain in this fight. Biblical finds Varsity who had gone low. Kibbs ran down Key all the way through Streets phase to get that kill. Now they're going to look to be holding aggressively because that's a first cap and a bit more on the time bank for the alt Spartans.
Kibbs is having fun. This is Kibbs' world right now, and everybody else is just playing in it. I mean, looking at where we're sitting at as far as these ultimates, Cabe was in a massive deficit to Varsity, has lapped Varsity, and now has overclock available.
Yeah, crazy amounts of damage coming out, and there's Cabe. Doesn't need the overclock, can land a normal rail shot, finding Snotty Finger, so there is the sustain out for Tanuki Okami. They knew that, so they went super aggressive, chased down Cabe, but they're not able to sustain on the long fight afterwards, and here is Alt Spartans filling up the kill feed with blue. They're able to retake that fight, so yeah. I mean, I like the engage there from Tanuki Okami, knowing they were down one, but just not quite able to live that fight.
I think that for me, them going on the advantage of the one shot, I think they got a little over aggressive. Maybe counted their chickens before they hatched. And I mean, you saw the overdrive available from Kids, and Kids, they were just able to completely disengage.
Yeah, but there is both overclocks coming out, and it's Varsity actually taking the win in that duel. Finds Capes, and now the rest of the ult from Alt Spartan's gonna have to come out to try and win this fight. Varsity though finds Hypno, Kaori finds Biblical, and Alt Spartans have invested a lot into this fight, but don't look like they're gonna be winning it at this point. Key with a nice around the corner axe there to kill Ross. Slight little stagger. Does finally get Kibbs out last, but yeah, that was a really, really nice use of the Junker Queen axe there.
I mean, the rampage was just massive, and all that you got was basically the overhealth from the sound barrier, so it didn't do the job they thought it was going to do. They had to invest that rally just to try to see what they could buy out of it. So now we're a Blade versus a cage match, and it plays out.
Yeah, Blade out in that cage match, as you said, huge deflect. getting a lot of the damage away, but doesn't matter. The re-engage comes in from the rest of the Alt Spartans once the abilities had been worn out. And that kill feed went from nothing to an entire team wipe in a matter of seconds. And that should be full capture through, yet just before the end of Streets phase, they get the point. And Alt Spartans, Billy, they're 2-0 up in this series already.
Yep, sitting on match point as we speak. And I tell you what, Biblical and Cabe had fun, but it's the note button. It's the note button from Malga that really does secure it. I mean, look at it there. Cabe is just looking at fish in a barrel here and takes all the advantage of it and just waits for the deflect to get done and says, you know what, die, and you're done. So, I mean, pretty straightforward, pretty comprehensive here in a more classical map type here for the Alt Spartans, showing why they are getting into the later rounds of all these competitions here in December as we get ready to head into the Christmas holiday. They are setting themselves up for massive success. And I'm liking it. I'm liking what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, talking about Christmas holiday, let's talk about some presents, some prizes. I mean, they're setting themselves up nicely here to potentially earn those FACEIT points that we previously mentioned. But on top of that, they could be setting themselves up quite nicely for some gifts come the new year in that January FACEIT community tournament. I mean, there's over $1,000 on the line in that one. So, yeah, they're giving us the present of some incredible gameplay right now, but they're setting themselves up for some nice prizes if they can keep this going through the new year.
Well, I mean, that could be a very welcome present here with all these FACEIT points coming out there, 50,000 going to the winner of this. And I'll tell you what, there's some skins out there that are pretty sharp. You know what? This is the Iliad Gauntlet of the Gods showdown here. My goodness, we are 2-0 here. Alt Spartans sitting on match point here in the first semifinal of the night. We're going to take a quick little break, let the teams get some water, and we're going to get some tea, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. Gauntlet of the Gods here, Chef Billy and Unchanged, bringing you tonight's action, both semifinals and the grand final coming up a little bit later. But Alt Spartans, you know, they had a difficult result last night up against Nightmare Rotation. They are taking it out on Tanuki Okami tonight. And the note button is absolutely in play right now, unchanged. Every time Kibbs decides to press Q, it is almost an immediate lethal response from the rest of the team, and it's a team fight win.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it in that last fight. They actually did a really good job of somewhat delaying the engage off the back of the note button, as you call it, the cage fight, allowing Kibbs to kind of absorb a bit of the damage in there, take the focus, and then all of them suddenly pounced into that cage fight to join him, and that 5k just filled the kill feed. I am muted in Discord. Sorry, I'm glad that all of you could hear me, but Billy was just watching me talk to myself there for a moment, not hearing the voices in his head. But yeah, like you said, it was very much what I said there, Billy, is that they did a really good job of delaying that last engagement to follow Kibbs into that cage fight. He popped it, he trapped all of Tanuki in it, but they didn't immediately pounce into it. So Tanuki thought for a second that they could get away with just blowing Kibbs up, and then all of a sudden, all of the Alt Spartans pounced. It felt like they picked a target each, because that kill feed was lit up with every member of that team within like a split second. Blink and you miss it, that fight was over. So yeah, like we said earlier, really good ways of utilizing the ults. Maybe not immediately pouncing on it, maybe giving a bit of time. Maybe that, you know, that felt like that was something that was planned, that hey, we're gonna pop cage, Kibbs is going to be able to survive for a moment, so we're going to wait until the split second that the enemy team decide that they are going to full focus on trying to blow Kibbs up, and then all of the rest of you, let's pounce, let's jump, let's hit them all at once, and let's fill that kill feed up. That definitely seemed like that was something off the training ground.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's absolutely a set play coming in from Alt Spartans last night. Saw it in their FACEIT League championship match last night. The big thing that I'm kind of wondering, and I'm kind of, you know, theory crafting here in my head, Ana Juno was something that Nightmare Rotation used last night to very good effect against this team. And, you know, they were forcing Ross to have to go onto that Kiriko to have the Suzu available, and wasn't able to, you know, provide the same backline support to their support mate that they're providing right now. So something that while they were in the break, maybe something they might think about is, you know, how do we kind of steal resources? How do we steal some team fights here? And I think that's one way they can look at it. But you know what? We can take a look at the map set where we're going at next. It is match point for your Spartans of Alternate Esports, and we're heading to Runasapi for the Flash map, or the Clash map. And this is going to be fun for me. We get to see what kind of pathing goes down. We get to see what heroes are going to come out here. Sombra, I saw a lot of Sombra throughout a lot of the OWCS and through a lot of the FACEIT League matches as well. Sombra seems to work very well here. I also see a lot of Echo being played here in this particular matchup. So I'm wondering if we're going to see a little bit of hero change up, or do we stick with what has become the Mauga meta with the Sojourn and with the Genji in the back?
I mean, if you're the Alt Spartans, certainly I can anticipate maybe running out on it, feeling like that is the strongest thing. I mean, these push maps do tend to go on for quite a while unless you somehow get absolutely full stomp. But, you know, you can normally swap even after a fight or two and still turn it around on here. So I'd be surprised if they don't run out on something similar to what they've been running so far. Because, you know, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Does tend to be a good use case with a lot of compositions. I kind of hate seeing teams change away from what was working and then change back to it when the thing they changed to doesn't work. But also, as you said earlier, Runasapi is a map where we often see some slight variations from the meta, because it is a lot of long sightlines. There's a lot of good open rotational spots as well. So yeah, I'm interested to see, and curious what is going to be actually walked out of Spawn on. And we do see Ross on the Brig, Hypno not on. Okay, Ross is now swapped over to the Lucio, so Hypno not on the Juno but on the Kiriko. And I mean, fairly similar comps, but Billy Kibbs is not on the Mauga.
Nope. I think that just the open nature here, you have to be a little bit more flexible. You have to have a little bit more escapability. And I mean, you got the cardiac overdrive, but I think that the commanding shout with the healing that's behind it is just too good, especially since it's good for the whole team. We'll see if that's going to be the case here. But I mean, first pick has got to be big. Whoever gets first pick here, I think gets at least 30 meters, and that's a big pick on a carry.
Yeah, Corey immediately down. Cade following it up with a nice pick onto one Leaf Clover, but Biblical dropped. Did catch a rail shot from Varsity. Kibbs, though, still as aggressive as ever, finds the tank trade onto Key. And now look at them pushing. They don't want to just take that fight, win, and sit down. They want to keep pushing off the back of it, but it could be too much aggression, as we see Kibbs getting pulled in or booped in and dies. Hypno does find Varsity. Cade finds Kaori. I thought for sure Kaori was going to win that duel. Wanley, Clover, and Snottyfinger, though. The support's filling up the kill feed. Ross comes in. What a huge knife there from Key to pull Ross back. Takes that fight. Now gets a bit of tickle damage on. Does find the knife on the Biblical as well. And Tanuki Okami using Alt Spartans' aggression against them, pulling their momentum back in their favor.
I mean, okay, so that Dragon Blade right there, that saves them a fight and allows them to get some good meterage going on here. Because if not, the escapability of Cave, you've got the escapability of the Lucio. That's everything that they needed.
Yeah, well, you talk about a potential escapability. No escaping there. Wanley Clover chased down Cave, who had used the overclock, but Kibbs and Biblical had been running down to the support them in that time. Gets the kills. Kaori trades it back onto Biblical, though. Kibbs is very, very low. There is Kaori on the Genji, finding that kill, and Varsity with a nice rail shot to finish off Hypno. And Tanuki Okami taking 2 fights in a row now, so should be able to get some nice push progression. Looking pretty confident on this comp right now.
Yeah, they're warmed up, Unchanged. They're warmed up, and they're not going down without a fight here. They're going to take the lead. There's a possibility that they might capture the first point here. There it is. They hit the lead. Now do they take this first checkpoint and get TS1 in their own favor?
They do indeed. We're just about to see it tick over, and they capture. There's, though, the Rampage re-engage from Kibbs. Gets Varsity in it, and Varsity does end up dropping to Hypno. So those kunai landing. Biblical able to find a trade onto Corey as well. Kibbs then landing that Jagged Blade, finds them. Hypno, Cade, rest of the team following up off the back, as they've been doing so far in this matchup already. And Alt Spartans, that was a nice re-engage off the back of Kibbs' Rampage.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. You're going to have dueling beats once again. The big thing is that Kaori has Blade. Biblical does too. But the fact that Cabe is 30% ahead on this overclock, that's what I'm looking at right now. Is can they get it? And they actually pass the lead there.
Yeah. Lead pass, still captured. Kibbs a little bit alone in that corner, but it's Kaori that dropped first. And now we see the Blade with the beat coming in from Biblical, trying to desperately chase down Snottyfinger, who did manage to actually escape there. A nice wall climbing and rotation off the teleport. Now we see the re-engage after the shout. Tanuki Okami trying to push this further. Cade, though, gets the healing back up. Kaori finding the kill onto Biblical, so Tanuki still feeling like they can win it, but Cade immediately wanting to turn the fight around. There's the overclock, gets Key, gets some damage in, but Varsity finds them. They couldn't land those last couple shots. Kibbs, though, finds Snottyfinger, so this fight going both ways. Both Kitsune rushes have been invested as well. Does look like the ascendancy is somewhat in Alt Spartan's favor, yet we see the reset from Tanuki Okami, but getting caught out in this room could be lethal. Kaori does drop, so now losing that Genji, losing that damage is going to be hard for Tanuki Okami to re-engage.
Well, and now they don't have the pause there as well. So this is all going to be free meterage. They're going to get at least 25 meters here to the good. And now look at Kibbs. I mean, they let out their rampage out a little bit earlier. But man, Kibbs is just absolutely piling on the damage here and building up towards that next rampage.
Yeah, and we've seen already how that can turn fights. I mean, Suzu can deny it, but not too cleanly. One Leaf Clover getting caught out, going a little aggressive on that wall ride. Hypno hit that last melee to drop them. Cade finds Key, who was kind of stuck in the open there. Biblical then, as we have seen throughout this entire match so far, chasing down those last few stragglers, and Spartans didn't need any ults, and they're still continuing to push through here.
I mean, the only thing is that they don't have Snidey Finger online with them right now, so I mean, I'm looking to see, can Tanuki really put their foot down here and get something off the back of this Varsity Overclock. That's their real weapon right now.
Yeah, and there you go. As you mentioned, the Varsity Overclock does come out, gets some damage in. Kaori, though, finds that first pick onto Hypno off the back of the rest of the team chasing them down. So no more Kiriko means no more healing, really. Kibbs then drops off the back with that lack of healing. Snotty Finger able to find the kill onto Biblical, who had gone in to try and salvage maybe a pick there, and Tanuki Okami able to sustain through, even though Kibbs had burned the rampage.
Yeah, I mean, it was good use of Suzu from Snotty. It did cost them their life, but they got back into the fight just fine. Thank you very much. They've got a blade ready to go. Big difference right now is that the Key has their rampage ready to go.
Yeah, and there we go. There's the response from Tanuki Okami. It was Hypno popping their Kitsune Rush first, but Key able to find Biblical with that rampage that you previously mentioned. Gets the tickle damage onto them. Ross does trade it onto Key, but Cabe dangerously low. Drops to Kaori, who is just about gonna escape. Yep, finds the healing from their Kiriko. Finds the damage now onto Kibbs, and Ross One Leaf Clover winning that Lucio duel. Varsity able to follow up with the damage to finish off Kibbs. Tanuki Okami once again able to push this ball.
Heavy investment from Alt Spartans as well. They're down both their support and DPS ultimates invested in that fight. So they've got a massive advantage here. Kaori could go absolutely bonkers with this blade coming up.
Yeah, will be interesting to see. Will also be interesting to see when the beat gets used from One Leaf Clover. Do they use it to engage Kaori, though? Not going to be able to do anything with that blade because Cabe landing a nice rail shot takes them down. Kibbs then going in with the aggression off the back of that pick, as they have been doing so far. Got One Leaf Clover, got Key. There is Cabe finishing off the damage onto Snotty Finger. And once again, Alt Spartans able to take the ascendancy just off the back of, taking down what was the most dangerous person online. Corey can't use the blade if they are not alive.
I mean, it's kind of a mixed result, though, because now you still have to face it, and now there's not a pause. So, I mean, it's going to have to be one here in the neutral for Alt Spartans.
Yeah, but Alt Spartans, I mean, it's just raw aggression at the moment that seems to be winning a lot of these fights for them. They're just going in before Tanuki Okami can get themselves set, and they're winning pretty confidently in those quick fights. Key, though, did find an exit frag on the Cabe, which means the Sojourn damage is not going to be online in this coming fight. We'll be interested to see if Alt Spartans opt to take it or opt to back out and wait until they're all together again.
No, they went ahead and went in, and I mean, they'll go ahead and pop an early overclock into this fight. So now you've got an answering. Oh my God, that's massive.
Yeah, Kitsune was there to answer, but Kibbs not able to sustain. I mean, peeked back out straight into the overclock from Varsity, took all that damage, but Hypno finding 2 frags of their own. So Key got a couple kills in there, but it wasn't all smooth sailing. Tanuki Okami losing both of their DPS in that fight means they're going to be a little bit more hesitant to take too much aggression coming into this next stage.
I'm really interested to see how Alt Spartans takes this fight. I mean, they've got, we've got a neutral bot right now. Key is having to be very careful and cognizant of where the rest of the Alt Spartans are at. They've got to land this jacket. They need to be landing these knives in a hurry.
Yeah, well, talk about things landing. There's a blade. There is a rampage that did land, got a lot of damage, but both beats also came out at the same time, so a lot more sustained. The overclock is online from Gabe. Finds Key, finds Kaori. Can they find a third with their team? Yes, Ross takes down one Leaf Clover. The charge is still just about online, but Varsity able to catch them out as they were coming back to reset. Biblical, though, chasing that down. There's a nice Jagged Blade landed from Kibbs. Biblical gets the kill. The Rampage came out, wasn't enough to touch. And Alt Spartans clean sweep 3-0 this series, Billy.
I mean, that's pretty impressive. I mean, this Tanuki Okami team was gaming. They were gaming, and it's all done. It's all done, but the grind now. They don't get full capture, but 10 minutes of pretty much domination and fights planned in their favor. They weren't scared of anything that Okami was throwing at them. So, Tanuki going to go into the fourth place game after this, and we'll see who takes that part of the FACEIT points. But remember, we're going to see these teams in the Community Showdown later on in January. This is going to be a fun time for them. There's some time to work on some stuff, time to kind of look at this Amalgam meta and see what they can do to clean up and take the ascendancy in their games.
Yeah, like we said, this is all kind of playing for seeding. All four of these teams have, as you said, already solidified their positions in that January tournament. But as we said, one team progressing through here. Got a nice 3-0 sweep, which means, Billy, as you mentioned earlier, with the staggered start of the other semi-final, that we should be able to catch some nice maps moving on over to the next matchup.
Yeah, they might just still be in control, depending on how long it is and where they started at. We will see where we're going in as far as that. But, man, we're going to head off to a quick little break. So don't go away. We're going to be back with you in just a few minutes to join the second game of the day. And it's going to be the DhillDucks versus, oh gosh, I had it right here in front of me.
Hivemind.
In the Hivemind. coming up here very shortly. So, folks, we're going to switch streams. Give us just a few seconds, and we'll be back with you and with more Gauntlet of the Gods, brought to you by FACEIT and XYBA Productions. All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Gauntlet of the Gods from ILIAD Esports. Thank you to LA Smurf and Company for putting on this production for us today. We got XYBA doing the actual production and FACEIT providing the tournament platform for today's activities. It's been a good 3 days of competition, and we're going to take a look at the bracket to see how we've gotten where we are, and we're going to see how the DhillDucks and the Hivemind Villains are doing right now. We're getting ready to jump into that game. It is 1-0 with DhillDucks having won control over Hivemind Villains. And man, I mean, Hivemind Villains, they had some serious work ahead of them getting themselves into the semifinal. They do take down one of the home team Iliad Chronos teams, but they had their work cut out for them. Up against the Parkour Masters, 3-2. That was a thrilling match. And I tell you what, DhillDucks had the same bit of adversity coming into their semifinal, losing or winning 3-2 against Amplify. So, you know what? I mean, they've been battle tested. Our teams have really taken the bit between their teeth. And, well, we're going to get into their next map now coming up. When we see it, we'll be into the next map type. I'm not sure where we're at right now. And I'm taking a look at looks like we're going to King's Row.
Yes.
As Busan was where they decided to join battle. And we'll take a look at the rosters real quick before we get in from the DhillDucks first. And it's going to be Baz leading the charge on the tank. Viezi and Razor are going to be your DPS, and Redex, the long-standing main support, going up with their partner Frothy Philly in the back line. We'll take a look at the Hivemind Villains. And, well, we were talking about it. Extreme Jambon, the Quebecois. Salut to you. Hope you're having a good match. See if they're going to actually run this Junker Queen or not. But Two Fish and Crumb are a couple of characters that I have seen around the circuit as well. And then Neno and Clash to round out Hivemind Villains. So we will take a look and see how we get into all this. And like I said, DhillDucks, they take the first control map. And, you know, it was 2-0. So pretty dominant, pretty straightforward from them. Are they going to be able to continue on in the same vein unchanged?
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. Like you said, both of these teams, when we had a quick look at that bracket, had to run the gauntlet. Like you said, both coming out of 3-2 victories. But yeah, this Hivemind Villains roster, like you said, Hivemind, we've all heard of them. They're a well-respected org at this point, and these are very good players, but already down. I mean, and from what I was hearing, it was a nice 2-0 sweep by the DhillDucks on that Busan map as well. And then coming, as we said, next map being the good old favorite Scrims Row. Certainly going to be interesting. But then we do get to see some different maps. I mean, guaranteed to at least make it to push as we did in the previous matchup, and it will be Colosseo this time instead of Runa Sarpi, so we'll get to see at least one different map. And if we continue on, get to see New Junk City as the flashpoint and Dorado as the escort. I mean, the bane of a lot of people's existences was Dorado, but you know, they've changed it. There's been a rework on that map, so people opting to pick it. I have seen a lot more of it in competitive and tournament play since that rework, so people certainly seem to be enjoying it a lot more. So would certainly be interesting to see how things go if we did manage to make it all the way to that map 5.
I mean, you know, looking at these two teams, I mean, they have been through the gauntlet, and they have made it here. So we're going to see what DhillDucks bring to offer here into this next map. And I'm looking to see, I don't see what they have as far as their attack and defense. So we'll see what they have going on. Looks like DhillDucks is going to be on the defense. As I'm looking down at our other part of our screen here, we have lots of screens here that we can see what's going on. Reminder to everybody that if you need your production put on, I have worked with these gentlemen for years. Hippie and Headrammer, the hive mind, as it were, behind XYBA Productions. are bringing you everything that you see on the screen today, the graphics, everything, and it's a pretty fabulous company. Make sure that you take a look at them. Thank you to Iliad for hosting this entire thing and putting us all together and getting all these wonderful teams into this tournament. And of course, FACEIT for providing the platform for which we are playing under this weekend. So Unchanged, I mean, your thoughts on Kings Row? I mean, we haven't had a chance to see the two teams yet. That's kind of one of the minuses of coming into the last day of a tournament. We don't have a chance to see them until we get actually into game. So guessing about, what we have seen so far, do you think we're going to see a steady diet of Mauga again?
I mean, I certainly wouldn't be surprised if we do, but I was about to say, I think if I had caught it correctly, these teams were trying to avoid that wherever possible. And what I'm seeing on my screen right now, and what all of you can see on your screen right now, certainly seems to be agreeing with the idea that they might not want to play the Mauga matchup. They might be teams that try to avoid that, because we're seeing two robo horses currently walking or getting ready to walk their ways out into these fights. So love to see a nice Orisa matchup. I mean, was once the bane of most Overwatch players' existence, but is now kind of the lesser of two evils as far as tanks are concerned. So yeah, be interesting to see a slightly different matchup with these two Orisas getting into fights rather than a Mauga and a Junker Queen.
I mean, I'd happy to see my beloved donkey horse. This is my girl. Rich Red and I share an affinity for the battle cattle. And I love it. I love it. Extreme Chambon has actually already landed a javelin onto Baz. So, you know what? This is going to be a great first engagement.
Yeah, I mean, that was a huge Clash dropping really low off the back of that javelin. But Clash finding Viese with that first pick, with that railgun shot, did trade it immediately out. Redx found them, choosing to be the better sniper there as the Ana. But yeah, I mean, Ana Zen, OG backline here from the DhillDucks, and a Bastion is always a menace to deal with. But interesting, we see this rotation from Hivemind. Neno getting quite low, having to drop, wants to try and reset for this engagement. Not quite able to find the healing, but Clash, who had come back in, found Frothy Philly, does drop, so no more Discord Orb means a lot of the damage from DhillDucks is dropped, but Viese still able to go back in, finds Crumb, trades it immediately out by Nano though, and there's Jambon on that Battle Cow, trading into the backline. Nice javelin to finish off Redx. Very, very low is Baz. They do find them. Nano able to go in and clean it up. So Hivemind looked a little bit like they were trying to figure out what they needed to do to push the DhillDucks, but once they got that rotation off, won that fight.
I think the problem right now is that they're running with the Zen, and I know what the Zen is for. But Redx, I mean, nano engagements, you don't have really a good target for it. So, like, I mean, obviously the big choice for me would be for Baz to keep him, involved in the fight, keep him up through an immense amount of damage. But I mean, the anti's coming through. There's the value that you want to see from DhillDucks.
Yeah. Anti-Discord, just absolute tank melters. There is, though, the combo from the DhillDucks. The Terror Surge came out, pulling everyone together, and then the artillery strike from Razor on the Bastion to clean it up, and the rest of the team comes in as well to just get those last few finishing blows on everyone else. But what a beautiful combo that was, Billy.
I love it. I love it. I mean, that's what you build up for. That's what you want to see. Now, Viese, where are you going with this duplicate? I would expect probably onto I don't know, probably onto Battle Cattle, maybe with a healer. Just if they're having problems with that, nope, they go into the Orisa.
Yeah, there is the Battle Cattle dupe. Can they get much utility out of it? As we know, quite a while ago now, there was the change made to Echo, so when they copy tanks, they only get 300 max HP, but Frothy Philly actually the first one to find a kill on the OG glass cannon Zenyatta. Crumb, though, saying that anything that my opponent can do on support, I can do as well. Let's find myself in the kill feed. Gets Viese, but Baz straight out gets that kill onto Extreme Jambon. Two fish trading two ways again with the kill onto Red X, Nano then in, getting the kill. It's Baz. These kills are literally going both ways. There's Crom. They are alternating their way through this kill feed. There is finally a double up from one team with Clash finding Frothy Philly, but that was certainly a 50-50 fight for quite a while there.
Sure, and I mean they're winning it in neutral. They're really being stingy with their ultimate usage right now. So I mean, I expect a massive clash of the hands here between the two teams. I mean, FACEIT is done once again. Clash has found their number, and I think that really Extreme Chambon is one that's leading the charge here, giving them so much agency.
Yeah, I mean, the best thing that Orisa can do is just be a menace, create space. I mean, so much ability to just pressure from that front line. Now we see the artillery strike, though, trying to get a bit of zoning. Nice bit of damage landed onto Clash, but is able to hide out and survive. Extreme Jambon dropped very low. Crumb then having to heal. There's the Terror Surge pulling back in. Baz, Terror Surge of their own, maybe for a bit of sustain, but not able to get any kills. Extreme Jambon then going in. Clash and Nano popping both DPS out, so a heavy investment from Hivemind Villains, but it has looked to win them this fight and should get them pushed the whole way through Streets phase.
Yep. And I mean, right now they're suffering from a lack of speed as well. The lack of being able to disengage quickly because they don't have the Juno, they don't have the Lucio right now. That's what DhillDucks is suffering from right now. Now they do have one of the best mobilities in FACEIT, but Neno has been really pestering the Echo in the sky.
Yeah, just not allowing them I mean, every time they've seen that fly cooldown come out, they've been harassing it. There's Redix and Baz, though, finding Extreme Jambon a little bit too far away from the rest of the team, anchoring them in that hallway and getting the kill, meaning that the defense from DhillDucks can find an anchor point and push Hivemind back for the time being, but inevitable will be a next Hivemind re-engage.
Well, I mean, they've got time to engage here. You're looking at a Nano coming up from Red X once again. This will be their 4th Nano in this defense. They need to watch out from the high ground here from Clash.
Yeah, Clash trying to be a harasser again, but it's FACEIT with the first ult in this fight. Copies onto the Genji, gets some nice ult charge, drops very low, able to survive though as they do come out, and it's Razor who got that first pick in the fight, getting a nice exit frag as well on Extreme Jambon who was trying to reset. Razor finds a third, 2 fish down, so Hivemind having to regroup and reset once again because DhillDucks looking pretty nicely anchored on this 3rd point.
Once again, it's going to be the mobility, though, especially with the Kitsune Rush coming out from 2 fish. They're not going to have any way to disengage with this damage coming in unless, Frothy just lands a volley like that.
Yeah, the classic 5 orb to the head there from Frothy Philly gets that nice pick, and immediate low reset. Hivemind not wanting to take a 5v4, knowing they have enough time in the time bank to back up, but Razor doing a pretty good job at just being a menace and poking from this high ground.
I like it, though. And here comes the Kitsune Rush out.
Yeah, early Kitsune, 2 fish, trying to get their team to push through. Hivemind need to do something to break this anchored hold from DhillDucks, and there's a nice way to do it with a railgun headshot on the Redix, so healing immediately down. Here is the Terror Surge, though, from Baz. Pulls everyone in, cannot secure the kills, but might be enough to be a harassment, but no! Extreme Jambon pulling Razor off the map and pulling 2 more in to their death. Said, I know exactly what I'm doing with this Terror Surge. Chases it up with a kill on the Baz, and well, there is the Battle Cattle supremacy and a huge number of picks there.
Well, I mean, you got a Nano Doomfist coming in here, and now you've got a Blade coming out as well.
Yep, Blade from Nano finds FACEIT. Extreme Jambon had found Razor as well, but still, it's the Overclock actually from Clash that finishes off Frothy Philly, who've now gone on to the Lucio on this high ground. Clash looking ever oppressive, and there we go. That is the full push with just 13 seconds remaining, so not even in the pause or in the overtime, and they're able to capture all 3 points.
I just think that they really suffered from a lack of mobility.
Yeah. No,
I think what they were trying to set up, it worked one time, but I think that the Hivemind Villains, they were ready for it the second time, and they just, waited for Baz to go in and see what they could get. I mean, great sight lines. I mean, good positioning, but still, you're 2 single target healers. and you've got you've got no mobility other than Viesi on the Echo. Man, yeah, some changes need to come through for sure. I'm looking to see now what they got going on here, because this is kind of different. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, potential for the Winton to come out on this attack. Baz currently sitting on that for the DhillDucks. I'm assuming Viese on the Widow is just going to be, as we've seen generally from everyone else, just that first pick potential. Now we see Baz actually on... Okay, I mean, Zarya is a counter to Orisa. Does burn through the javelin spin, negating a lot of the sustain, but an interesting pick. I haven't seen a lot of Zarya getting played recently, so it'll be interesting to see what the DhillDucks can do with it.
I mean, as long as the bubble management is good, I think they're good. I mean, they're going to try and rotate around, and I mean that could also burn through a battle cattle as well. Is this Symmetra, but Bias is down out already, 4v5.
Yeah, definitely some strategical changes coming out, though, from the DhillDucks. Things we love to see. Some TPs online, as you said, as Razor still on the Symmetra. Can they get the damage? Well, one thing that can come is damage through, as I said, the Javelin Spin and the Deflect. So both Neno and Extreme Jambon having to back out, even though they were using their sustain abilities. Now we see a high charge Baz Zarya on point, looking to be a menace. Finds two fish walking across the payload. Now we see Extreme Jambon having to try and touch, but Baz is still high charge. Frothy Philly killing Neno, who had been in their backline as a harassment, and Viese never did swap off the Widow, able to get a nice bit of damage in themselves. And DhillDucks with some mid-point or mid-map changes of the comps, able to get some good utility out of it.
I mean, I love the banter, by the way, going on between these two teams. There's somebody on your left side there, by the way, Extreme, trying to give you a little bit of room for boss.
Yeah, and now we see the TP up into the backline. There's the beam. How much charge can they build? The amount of damage that Symmetra does with this microwave beam is crazy. Two fish, though, landing a nice kunai to get Viese, but does drop because Frothy Philly is able to find the kill onto them in that backline. TP out from Razor if needed for the rest of the team. It's still online. Neno getting a deflect, but Extreme Jambon landed a javelin onto Red X. Does have to try and survive. Pulls everyone in with the Terror Surge. Gets another nice javelin onto Razor, but not enough to actually win the fight as Baz and Viese coming back, able to put out a lot of damage. And well, Baz is doing an absolute shift on the Zarya right now.
I mean, Neno forced off the Genji. That's the big one right now. And they've also brought out Monsieur Jambon onto the Reinhardt. So there's the natural counter to the Zarya. But still, you've got a lot to work with here. I think you hold this grab until you get this Overlord.
Or you pop it super early and hope that the rest of your team can hit shots off the back of it. It did get a lot of people stuck. Red X and Viese able to get kills. Baz, who was in the middle of that with high charge, gets one for themselves. The Kiriko drops low. It's Neno on the Tracer trying to contest point. Kiri not going to be able to survive for much longer either. Two fish drops and dies. And, well, that street phase taken really quickly. And we're going to have a nice time bank online. Clash, you would swap to the Widow, landing a nice headshot there on Viese.
I mean, almost 5 minutes. I mean, that's dirty. And they're gonna have all the fun in the world now. Baz playing tank chess with Extreme, and then this is the better version of Reinhardt here. So we'll see how they run into this.
Yeah, and the Discord online from Frothy Philly, who's on the Zen once again. That meant that Extreme Jambon had to immediately back themselves into a corner. That's a lot of damage in that room. Crumb dropped low. Extreme Jambon also as well. Razor, who is now on the Bastion once more, doing damage as well. And DhillDucks just being absolute menaces in the Watch game right now, but Clash denied Viese's peak there.
I mean, just the fact that the Venom Mine gets them into the vision right there. That's just mean. Yeah, two fish, absolutely tell them to watch out. I agree with you. Don't test Clash on this Widow.
Yeah, Clash looking confident as ever, hitting some nice shots. The rest of the team, though, gonna have to follow up, and now we see the Ryan engage. Razor immediately dropping. Two Fish gets the final blow, and Neno follows it up with another pick onto VSA. Now, can the rest of the team sustain and survive? Counterwatch has been played, but it is HM Villains, Hivemind, able to push back the DhillDucks, taking advantage of this fight. But Baz, huge, quick re-engage, pops the Ramatra ult. Isn't going to last long, but did have the nano. It was a lot of damage, and it really scared Hivemind, who now counter with that window of their own. Can it do damage? Yes, Extreme Jam Bomb finding VSA. Nano being a menace in the backline on the Tracer. Does want to find that Zen if they can. Isn't going to be able to. Wants to get back to their team now. As Extreme Jam Bomb is having a tank fight in this corner. Gets hit with the anti. Does still find Baz, and Clash finds Frothy Philly who got that kill onto Neno. And Hivemind are able to hold it out in the end.
I mean, okay, so they burn what, 2 minutes and 15 seconds off so far.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how many more changes we got? We've got a Transcendence online. We've got the artillery strike ready to go for Razor. So we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, I'm interested to see Razor. Just a bit of zoning, it seems, with this ult. The beat does come out from Crumb. Gets 4 of their team members. There's a shatter. Huge shatter under the payload. Gets 3, maybe 4 members down. Nice pin in. Should be enough to find Razor, as the rest of the team had cleaned up off the back of that shatter. Baz opting to take the easy route out. Jump off of point for the reset. But that was a nice under point shatter there from Extreme Jam Bomb to set their team up on that.
Well, the changes have come.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody basically just throwing their ult charge away in place of a dive, and it still has not stopped the bleeding.
Yeah, Nano with that first pick on the Frothy Philly. Razor trading it back though, so 2 supports down. 2 Fish finds Baz, who had dove all the way into their back line. Now we see Neno. We're going to try and re-engage. Duds opt to play a bit safe. They knew they'd won that fight, so they didn't want to risk the death. Clash can see there is a Genji potentially getting ready to harass them. Knows they're going to be there. Deflect comes out just in time from VSA to stop Clash from landing the headshot. Now we see the dive come from Baz, and Frothy Philly with a nice long-range kunai. Now the rest of DhillDucks able to follow up with some kills of their own. Bit of distraction. Hivemind Villains not quite looking in the right place, and there's a full team wipe for the DhillDucks.
Well, I mean, we're going to get bonus Overwatch here. It just depends on how much and what kind. Unless Extreme Jam Bomb team can take care of this. There's a blade out.
Yeah, Immortality immediately out. Does find the 2-for-1 though, finding 2 Fish with that kill though. Extreme Jam Bomb and Clash not wanting this to be over just yet, coming out finding kills of their own. Some players of the DhillDucks dropping low. Nice fire strike from Extreme Jam Bomb, finds Redx on the exit as well, and we might not quite be getting some extra Overwatch just yet, as it does look like Hivemind are doing quite a good job of holding right here.
I mean, they've got the corner held. There's a shatter up. That should do it. You do have a Pharah behind you, though. No, I say that. Clash says, get off my point. Get off my point. You're done. You're done, son. Go home. I don't like you anymore.
Yeah, and if any more kills come out here for the side of Hivemind, this could be dangerous. Frothy Philly, though, with some help from Razor, getting a kill. 2 Fish finds Baz, who was the one desperately trying to touch point, and yeah, not quite in time. And Hivemind Villains able to hold out just before the cap came in with some nice picks, and well, they pull it back for 1-1 in this series.
All right, I mean, this is how much of this is Moxie, and how much of this is this Hivemind coming back and just saying, you know what, I'm done with y'all. And they made changes, and they got a lot more aggressive than we saw in their offensive push. They kind of waited for certain combos to come through, and then they really got aggressive on the back. But this time in their defense, they were just absolutely slaying with it. I really like the versatility here of Baz. I just think maybe a switch here or there. Opted to the Ryan mirror as well, because that shatter really did pull Hivemind Villains out of quite a few dicey situations.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't like, as you called it, the tank chess or the counter watch gameplay, but that was some good showing from Extreme Jambon. That even if you are maybe at a disadvantage in the matchup, I mean, as you said, Ramatra normally favored over Rhyme in that matchup, but if the shield's down, the shatter is free to land. And like you said, they were certainly taking advantage of that. So Hivemind will be certainly happy to be pulling it back to 1-1 in this series. That was their map pick of King's Row as well, so always happy when you can win your own map. So now we'll be looking to see if they can pull one of DhillDucks' map picks away from them, because it was Colosseo picked by the DhillDucks team. So interesting to see what kind of comp they're running out with here. And Billy, if this is what they're running out with, it's certainly an interesting one.
It's absolutely interesting. And I mean, you're going to be looking for Razor to get assassinations in the back line, to force Immortality field out of 2 fish. I mean, Crumb's going to be, basically speeding the rest of the team around. Nena's going to be defending on their own. So I mean, this is a metal dive here, and I don't hate this. I like that Vice is giving enough damage with the Sojourn, but they got to watch out and really save that cooldown for when it's most important.
Yeah, and the engages are going to be key. There is the slam, and immediately 2 fish down. The Immo not able to come out in time with the follow-up damage from Razor as well. Now the rest of the team coming in to clean up, because once the Baptiste is down, everyone becomes a whole lot squishier.
Well, that is exactly what they wanted. They wanted a they wanted a quick engagement. They wanted a quick possession of the point, and now they're bringing out. Well, no, they just thought about D.Va, and I don't hate it, but I think that the Orisa is a lot more sturdy, and you're gonna have a lot more engagement potential with the Orisa, and a lot more mitigation as well.
Yeah, I mean, you can mitigate the damage, you can deny the slam, you can javelin people away for the stuns, you can, javelin spin, mitigate the damage, and displace people. Certainly, Orisa is the dive counter hero generally, but it's Viesi with the first pick. Extreme Jambon did find Razor, though, so trading it for a DPS apiece. Both of the flanky DPS are down. Now we see a Sojourn on the high ground from VSA, gets a bit of damage in, does get javelin back, but Crumb dropping the lowest, so Red X able to follow up and get the kill on the Lucio. Nice assassin work there from the support. Neno coming back, now re-engaged from the backline, has to deal though. There's a nice minefield from Baz, locks the rest of Hivemind Villains kind of into a room, but Neno found Razor. Again, down goes the Sombra. Can Baz find this kill onto, well, it was going to be Clash, I thought, dropping first, but never mind. Crumb and 2 fish dropped before them, so both supports down once again for Hivemind Villains. Means they're going to have to back out, reset, or risk death and stagger further. And DhillDucks winning that fight once more.
Did they confirm? They did not confirm on Neno, so there's at least going to be a touch here before we get to the first checkpoint. And yeah, there it is from up on high.
Yeah, Extreme Jambon actually dropping down to point half HP already. Does have is hacked though. So low, there's VSA with the overclock, getting some damage in. Neno and Clash are trading it back though. Supports a piece down. Neno coming in to find VSA. So Hivemind Villains, off of what looked to be a potentially lost fight, popped Clash's overclock and were able to pull it back.
I mean, that is some fantastic work out of them. And I mean, EMP is going to be ready in this next fight, so you know that Razor's holding it for this terror surge. But Baz is just playing with his food right now and having a fun time. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Bull ever the harasser of characters. Razor, though, finds that first pick onto Clash, so the Sojourn damage is down for this fight. Means that the rest of DhillDucks can maybe play a little bit safer. Do have to be careful, though, because there we see the orbital cannon come out from Crumb. So a bit more sustain, a bit more damage, allows Hivemind to keep pushing just a little bit further. But now we see the re-engage from the DhillDucks dive. Can they find the targets they need? Crumb had just dropped below half, but immediately healed back up, and there is a big amount of sustain, and there's the stun Two Fish on the Brig, lands the Brig Bash onto Baz, and the rest of the team blow them up. Extreme Jam Bomb, though, dropping low, so a tank a piece out of this fight. Frothy Philly and Viese able to re-engage. Now here goes Razor with that Sombra damage. Frothy Philly landing some kunai. We said Ross in the earlier matchup could land them. Well, Frothy Philly showing that they can land the kunai as well. Viese and Razor on the DPS clean up the last two on point, and once again, DhillDucks get a nice retake and didn't even have to invest in the ults.
And the fear of the EMP and the manual hack is what is keeping Jambon from being able to let loose with this Terror Surge. And I mean, they've gotten into Extreme Jambon's head.
Yeah, I mean, you would otherwise have expected to have seen it by now for sure. Here it is. There is the EMP to immediately deny it, and there is the damage to follow it up. And that is why Extreme Jambon was so fearful to use their ult. Nice combos from the rest of the team as well. And DhillDucks pushing with some authority here.
Yep, they're going to have both their support ultimates coming into this as well. Extreme Jambon going over to their own dive tank. Now they got a Winnie out there. So now there's going to be a little bit more protection. There's going to be a little bit more mobility for them. And we'll see how they engage and how they try to take on this armor that's been giving them absolute fits in the back.
Yeah, it really is the Sombra and the Bull just creating space and allowing someone like Viese to pop ults and get kills. There's Clash dropping, but Extreme Jambon found Frothy Philly first. So a support traded for 2 DPS. I wonder who's going to like that more. Viese getting flailed off by 2 Fish. That's nice. There's the B for a bit of sustain, but it is only Red X and Baz that get hit by it. Red X having to desperately try and survive away from Extreme Jambon's Winston. Baz being a menace. Here is the re-engage from that dive. Red X once again dropping low, getting just inside of range. The next 2 Fish with another nice flail final blow, and it does look like Hivemind Villains have finally secured the bot and will start getting some push in their favor.
They've got a good ultimate balance as well right now. So, I mean, I'm looking for Neno to try and find Red X or Frothy Philly with Pulse Bomb. And then you're going to look to see, Clash go after that on the back of it.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Following Nano knows they have the Pulse Bomb. Can anyone do anything about it? Well, first things first, they're going to have to do something about Clash with the overcharge or oversurge on point. Can they get this second pick? They've got one low. They're going to potentially die here themselves. They went a little bit too far and didn't land those shots. Red X and Razor were being menaces in the backline, getting kills. 2 Fish traded one, but Razor able to find Crumb, and now Baz on the Bull, able to re-engage, get those shields up, and be a menace. If they can kill this Brig, that would be huge. Chase down the Monkey, maybe just in time. Does need to fear. Oh, there's a Sombra trying to hack them. Does look like Baz is gonna not get out of here. There is that.
Does he get out?
Hack.
No.
From Clash, who has swapped, as we said, to the Sombra, and now DhillDucks maybe wanting to be a little bit more patient before they get this next re-engage.
Okay, in the interim, Vice over to a Reaper, so going to be on Winston patrol. You got the mines. I'm going to expect Baz to make a switch here as well. We're going to see now how this actually goes down. He gets out. Oh my God, you had no right surviving that.
Yeah, cutting it close. I thought for sure that Extreme Jambon had done just enough damage. There is the Primal Rage coming out, but look how quickly the tank just gets burnt. Forces Crumb to pop the beat, but even that's not enough to save them. Frothy Philly lands a kunai that found Neno, then found Extreme Jambon. The rest of this team, look, 2 Fish is doing a job trying to survive on the Brigitte, but it's not going to be enough as the damage from Viese's Reaper and Razor cleans them up. And wow, the amount of HP that just got burned through from Extreme Jambon there is crazy.
And the fact that they hold EMP is what's even more disgusting. And I mean, if you pair this with the Death Blossom, I mean, this should be 100 meters. Possibly. They just need to watch their positioning along coast here, because they have had a couple people go into the drink on the back of it.
Yeah, well, there is the engage from Extreme Jambon, and waiting for them was Razor with the EMP. Finds Clash as well, but Red X and Crumb getting a bit of a trade. Neno finds Viese, who wasn't able to get out of that fight. Now has to try and fight Baz. Gets the recall back to full HP. Can now chase Baz away. Can they get any kills, though, is going to be the real question. TP out. Translocator away from Razor. Oh my god, the beat combo to keep VSA alive would maybe look to have gone too far. Neno kills himself with the pulse bomb. And VSA now on the Reaper after that Death Blossom, able to keep pushing, and there's a full team kill and more swaps, more trying to figure out how to counter this from Hivemind Villains.
I mean, they're coming up in EMP, so I mean that's going to give them at least a fight. But they're going to be pretty much perfect from here on out as we approach that magical 100-meter barrier. And I mean, yeah, Razor has just been a menace to society here.
Yeah, and Menace already back to 50% on their own. Oh, there is the minefield out. It did a lot of chunk damage and is able to secure some kills for the rest of the team following up on it. Redix and VSA finding themselves heavily involved in the kill feed. Razor cleaning it up, and now they're pushed all the way to spawn. They want to try and secure this full hold, but it's going to be difficult because, like you said, there is an EMP online.
Yep, there's the manual hack. So, I mean, that's going to put Baz into problems. But, I mean, they've got this beat coming up. That's going to be a saving grace if they can get it off.
Yeah, if they can. Extreme Jam Bomb, though, finds Red X, who didn't have a beat online. No ult needed. Hivemind Villains still able to win this fight. Baz just going to be a menace, forcing them to get killed on point by holding it. And now, in overtime, will be interesting to see just how far Hivemind Villains can keep this chain going.
I mean, it's going to be this EMP Death Blossom combo potentially for DhillDucks that can end the map. I mean, they do have this. They have both support ultimates coming up and a pulse bomb again. So we'll see where we're at.
Yeah, if anyone gets picked here in overtime, it's always going to be lethal. There is the rally from Twofish to sustain the beat as well. So both support ults from Hivemind Villains coming out. Twofish gets that first kill. Neno finds the post bomb onto VSA, so that's a kill. Twofish still going in with that rally. Find Frothy Philly. But now just going to be a menace and harass on point. The rest of the team is down, however. So Hivemind Villains looking to continue pushing at least for now, but the lethal ult combo is available.
I mean, this is going to be interesting. They do get Baz, so I mean, they're without a tank.
No,
they could get up this rampage. Yeah, they could get this rampage up as well. I mean, DhillDucks don't have anything really to deal with that. I mean, maybe a manual hack, maybe EMP as they try to launch it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see. Here's the EMP. Here's the slam. Here's the Death Blossom. So there is the combo. They just waited for Baz to come back. Cannot pop the ult in time. Extreme Jam Bomb. So no use of the Rampage able to come online. Just smart play from the DhillDucks. They knew they had meterage to spare. They knew they could play a little bit safe, and they literally just waited. Baz slammed. Or, sorry, the EMP came in, then Baz slammed because he was back, and then the Death Blossom came in, and the combo hit just as they'd intended. But it was plays like this from the likes of Frothy Philly that had set them up throughout the rest of the map. And yeah, DhillDucks bringing it back to 2-1.
I mean, put themselves on match point. And I think that, the mobility, speed kills. You heard it in high school. Yeah. You heard it in upper school there in the UK. Speed kills, and I mean this is a perfect demonstration of that. And I mean, yeah, Jambon was just unfortunately under duress the entire time, whether it was VSA or was it was Razor, just saying no, you're not getting this done. And yeah, I mean there were some good clapbacks, there was some good counter picking. I think they had the formula there in the end, but I mean it was just too far that DhillDucks got. So, man, I mean you're seeing the chess match happen. I love this chess match. I love seeing tank roulette. It makes me extremely happy because it shows the flexibility of these tanks players. We used to have the main tank, we used to have the off tank. Now everybody's got to be everything. So, man, this is turning out to be quite the fight. And that the alternate esports just sitting back chilling. Maybe in some quick play, maybe playing some 12 hogs, one hole. I don't know. But what's going to happen is we're going to go to a quick little break before we come back to map number 4. We've got DhillDucks on match point, 2-1 winning right now. We'll see you in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. Map 4 here in the second semifinal of the Gauntlet of the Gods. Chef Billy and Unchanged Cast coming at you with all the beautiful Overwatch 2 action that you could ever want here on a Sunday evening. Remember, everybody is fighting for FACEIT points going on right now, and we need to see who is going to face Alternate Esports in the grand final. Man, HF Villains, I thought they had solved the puzzle there, Unchanged, but in the end, it was just too much meterage for them to overcome.
Yeah, it was like you said, just too much meterage. They had pushed just that bit too far. Fortunately, or unfortunately for Hivemind Villains, who would look to kind of re-engage well and had looked to be chaining together, as you said, they had the Rampage online, but the patience and then the ult combination from DhillDucks was just a bit too much for them in the end on Colosseo. But talking about maps we've just seen, let's talk about the map we are about to see. We're about to move in to New Junk City, Flashpoint map, always interesting. Some slight variance in playstyle. I mean, the map itself, very wide open, lots of space, but the points much more closed off for a lot of them on New Junk City. So interesting to see how the teams opt to fight them, because mobility around the map is important, but ability to brawl and win fights on the actual point objectives is probably more key, because there's only so much you can do once you're set up on an objective.
Right, and I'm wondering if we're going to see, a domination from DhillDucks once again, because they did win control rather easily in a 2-0 fashion. So we'll see if that's going to be the case here, if they're going to be able to dominate like they did in control. However, I saw some signs of life. Even, after getting such a huge lead against them. The fact that Hivemind Villains didn't go out without a fight really does impress me. I love it when teams throw it all out there. And we're going to see, what these two can bring to the battle. Bit of a different look here. We'll see if this is how they're going to come out. But I'm running the Doomfist here. I don't hate it, especially up against Reaper and now Sojourn. Well, I say that a little bit of a change up right there. Take a look, and it's going to be, the engagement and the counter engage coming in from Baz. Onto the knife and see what they can land there.
Yeah, interesting choice. Doom, not one of the most played tanks that I get to see in this game, but it's Frothy Philly dropping low. Both supports though, or two supports should I say, traded out two fish. On the Brigitte was the first one down in that backline. Razor then finds Clash, so there's that Sojourn damage out of the fight. Neno though on the Reaper, so still a lot of damage able to be output. From drops though, and now we see Viese putting in the damage on the Genji. Extreme Jambon wants to take at least one more out with them before they potentially drop on this point. Viese does look to find them. There you go. There is that kill. And now will surely want to be... No, doesn't want to chase down the extra kill on Doomfish. Opts to make sure they cap point with the rest of the team and get that reset.
Good stuff there. Good pursuit. The mobility, once again, is working in their favor, and I think that was something that they were really missing. We've got a Winston on the field now, so they're going to be going past that empowered block, and we'll see how this is going to work out between a Doomfist and a Monkey. I have not seen that in very much in my whole time in casting Overwatch.
Yeah, certainly not. It's at least been a while since I last saw it, but it's Hivemind Villains able to come back in nicely and win this fight. Crumb was filling up the kill feed that time around, so Lucio able to find some finishing blows and charge the beat up in the meantime, which means they'll have a good amount of sustain for the next fight.
We're looking for now, what is Baz going to do here? Are they going to be able to deal with the Doomfist? And the question is yes, especially with the rally out.
Certainly seem to be able to deal with that Doomfist perfectly fine. Clash finding the finishing blow. The beat came out and the rally though, so all of the sustain they did have was immediately used in that fight. But now we see the dive once again from Extreme Jambon, wanting to finish off a lot of these kills. Pulse Bomb comes out, doesn't find anyone. Baz though does find Neno, which means that DhillDucks are going to have a chance to re-engage, because that's a lot of the damage offline. Now Razor in a bit of a duel with Clash. The recall. Force out. Nice land of that virus there. Blade from FACEIT, though. Doesn't find anyone. Extreme Jambon with the Primal able to trade it out. Two fish filling up their role on the brig. Now the Monkey, being a menace on point, does force out the Meteor Strike from Baz. Jumps away from it, though, and it's Crumb and Neno finding the kills. Then Extreme Jambon finishing off Red X, and Hivemind there able to take that first point.
Yep, and it's just a compositional difference. I mean, they've made all the changes they need to do. Now they're going to bring out their own version of a brawl.
Yeah,
that's scary.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, Neno got the Death Blossom on to Red X, but VSA and DhillDucks had the Kitsune Rush online, so they were able to re-engage and get that damage out. I mean, those Reaper shotguns in Kitsune Rush, that's a scary amount of damage. Those quick fire bullet like pellets coming in, not what you want to see. So first cap of this point once again in favor of the DhillDucks.
Yeah, but I mean, we got the counter picking going once again, so you know we're going to see how much this is going to go around. Looking for another pulse bomb up from Clash. Yeah, you're going to have problems with that turret there, Clash. Torb, that's why he's here.
My little Swedish friend, the natural POV of Torbjorn. I feel very comfortable when I play that hero because I'm equally as short as he is, so the POV feels natural. But yeah, the turret, an absolute menace. You know, I don't need to aim and try and deny you flankers because my turret will do it for me, is exactly the way Razor just had to play that out. So Clash gonna have to look for some different engage routes to try and avoid that turret wherever possible. But well, talk about one engagement. Here is the Brig Rally to enable the engage. There's a beat as well because people were still low. Clash popping the pulse bomb, so this is 3 ults already out from Hivemind Villains, and you'd think off the back of an investment like that, they would indeed win the fight.
They do. It cost them 3 ultimates, though. So that is an issue there. And I mean, they're just going to stagger out. Poor Baz here. This is sad. This is a sad death for your Junker Queen. I mean, they're going to have to use the taxi service now to get back. But the good thing is they get to 90%. So one fight, basically, they're going to get the fight win. They should be able to level us up here on Flashman.
Yeah. It's taking, like, Hivemind picking it back up, but VSA and Riser, both DPSOs on, should be an engage from that. And with 90% online, I mean, if DhillDucks do win this fight, they should pretty comfortably capture this point. But, well, Hivemind aren't going to let them do that easily. Clash finds the first kill onto VSA. Now the rest of the team comes in, but Baz and Razor get the next 2 kills. So it's now a fight in favor of the DhillDucks. They kill Extreme Jambon in the middle of that Terror Surge as well. Finish off Clash, and well, first pick went to Hivemind Villains, but the point will go into DhillDucks' favor.
Once again, it's one of those unfortunate. You get the first kill onto the Reaper, so he gets the hold ultimate. So we're gonna have dueling Death Blossoms coming into this next engagement. Crumb has gone over to the Juno, so there's gonna be a little bit more viability here. Also, Extreme Jambon over to the Zarya. So you're going to look to maybe protect your squishies and yourself in the front line with some bubbles.
Yeah, and well, there's a bubble coming out. It hits Nana, who's able to get the Death Blossom in the back and find 2 kills. But Razor and Baz trade it with 2 of their own. Not enough, though, as Villains, Hivemind comes together and gets their own kills. They are somewhat low, though, but the Brig Eater is online, and that's enough from 2 fish to sustain and kill Baz. So it's Hivemind getting the first cap of this objective.
Nope, here comes the changes again. We got a Genji and a Ramatra coming out now. I'm going to assume that Frothy Philly might go over to the Zenyatta again to try and chunk down this tank with the Discord Orb.
Yeah, I mean, lots of spam coming in. Does mean that potential Zarya charge will be high, but Kitsune Rush bursting out. Razor on the Bastion in the Kitsune Rush. That's, yeah, certainly a lethal combo of damage. And the Bastion burning their way through the Hivemind. And, DhillDucks now trading it back to 65% already capture progression in favor of Hivemind.
I thought it was going to be Frothy going over to the Zenyatta. Nah, it's Two Fish going over there. I'm going to try and burn and chunk down not only Viacy up in the sky, make that a little bit easier on them, but also try and chunk down Baz. So, I mean, Orbital Ray coming up very closely here for Crumb. That should be a good engagement tool if they can actually find a pick. It's going to be all about the movement abilities, and Frothy Philly's in a serious way right now.
Yeah, and dropping low, so both supports actually down for the DhillDucks surely means that yes, they do indeed lose this. Discord was on Baz as well there for a second, which allowed Clash to chunk down the Ramatra as they try to disengage. Not going to be enough to secure the kill. Baz does find some health packs and some healing to get back in, but with this capture progression, it's going to be a very last-second fight coming out from the DhillDucks. Here we see, though, there's the orbital strike, well, not orbital strike, but the strike coming in, the artillery strike, yeah, from Razor to zone a bit. They do manage to get the touch on the point, nearly get the flip, but not quite. But Clash, wanting to counter with an ult of their own, has the overclock, does find VSA. Can the rest of the team follow up? Yes. Baz drops thanks to the damage from Neno and Crumb. Neno now going to want to try and retake this high ground to get the damage out. Frothy Philly did trade the kill onto Crumb, but it's not going to be enough. And with Two Fish and the Discords still alive, that is enough to secure a second objective for Hivemind Villains.
Well, it looks like they're going to the junkyard next, so this is going to be interesting for DhillDucks if they can actually get position on the Hivemind, take an early fight here. They should be able to at least, stop the progression because they're now facing game point here.
Yeah, it's map point for the Hivemind Villains. DhillDucks gonna be looking to re-engage. There it is, Red X with the pick onto Crumb, and now we see Razor and Baz rushing in to get the kills as well, right as the flashpoint opened and unlocked, which means the first capture is going to the DhillDucks.
All right, so I mean, once again, we've got some swaps coming out here. I mean, Razor over to this Pharah. So I mean, it's going to make Extreme have to have room for pause. It's going to make Neno have to have room for pause as well.
Yeah, Sombra, as we saw previously from Razor and Menace, but Neno dropping early or getting the pick early onto VSA. Redx trades it for a kill onto Crumb, which could arguably be a lot more impactful. Losing that Juno healing, certainly not going to be nice, but Two Fish finds a trade somehow onto Razor. That virus did hit just as they were going to die. Now the ult from Baz, that's what I expect to see on point to try and sustain, but Extreme Jambon has one of their own, so it's going to be two Ramatras just looking to tank it out on payload. Who survives the longest? It's going in Baz's favor. The rest of their team was there to allow them to sustain and output the damage, and well, that's near enough full cap for DhillDucks. Maybe Hivemind Villains is looking to just play for the last objective.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They're waiting for last objective. They're just going to put all their eggs into this basket. They're going to have a overclock to work with. But the problem is that they've got a Pharah that's ready to go as well and a beat online. This is going to be interesting. Can Clash find the hit like they have in so many fights previous to kind of shut down that game or that fight winning ultimate?
Yeah, VSA going to be looking for this Fire Barrage to get some kills. Only kills themselves, though. Hits Extreme Jambon's bubble. Did do enough damage, though. Frothy Philly found Neno and forced out the Immortality Field. Clash, though, with the overclock. Can they get more than that one kill onto Redx? That would be huge for their team. EMP out, though. Gets Extreme Jambon down. Baz finds another onto Two Fish. Clash still outputting damage, though. Finds Frothy Philly, which means both supports are down. And with Crumb still online, well, there is Redx back on the re-engage. Baz does find Crumb, but Clash still alive. Not enough. VSA and Baz do just enough to kill. Neno, though, being a menace on the Tracer, does have to back out, though. Baz just a bit too much HP and damage for them to want to engage solo there, but will go back in now that the Ryan's there. Razor has the Sombra to re-engage. Nano having to be a menace, trying to get back out. Razor dropping low, has to translocate away. Baz finds Extreme Jam Bomb, but Two Fish traded it onto Razor. Two Fish with a second kill onto Frothy Philly. That's a lot of the sustain down for the DhillDucks. So no one has captured this objective yet, and both teams are fighting heavily for it. The SA was back on the Bastion, gets killed. There's the beat. That's a good amount of sustain. Baz in the backline finds Clash. The Pulse Bomb doesn't land. The SA finds Two Fish. Now, with no more cooldowns, Nano does finally die, and finally the DhillDucks get the capture of that objective.
Absolutely insane fight. Everybody investing ultimates, knowing how important this penultimate flashpoint is. You get the beat out. You get the Kitsune rush out. You're going to have both your support ultimates here if you are HM villains. You're feeling good about yourself. The problem is that Baz has been very, very cagey with these annihilations. Man, this is going to be a definite fight there. There's the Ant Matrix out.
Yeah, Clash, huge railgun shot, but Baz and VSA trade it for two Fish and Nano both out of the fight, so that's a huge amount of damage, and the sustain gone. Baz did pop the ult for it, but I mean, worthwhile in this fight. VSA gets an exit frag onto Crumb as well. Razor's already back, and they're setting up for the next fight, and this could be the last fight of this whole series.
And because they have to throw themselves at the point, Viasi's going to have a wonderful time with this upcoming artillery strike. And Neno goes down after raping in.
Yeah, rafed in. VSA on the Bastion gets the damage out, though, immediately. Frothy Philly, though, drops to Clash, who is low themselves, is getting chased out, but Razor drops as well. Baz finds Crumb on point. Not sure who's got more people alive. Overcharge coming out from Clash. VSA finds them, though, after they only get Red X. Baz finishing off Extreme Jambon after the damage. Baz finishing off Two Fish after VSA's damage. VSA doing more damage, forces the Wraith from Neno, gets that final blow. And there it is. Game, set, and match. DhillDucks take the series 3-1. After some crazy fights on that last flashpoint. Entertainment
factor is absolutely through the roof right now. They know what's on the line here. They know what they're fighting for. They know that they want to get all the FACEIT points that they can get and get themselves into that next, into the community shutdown in January. Woo! This was entertaining, Unchanged. This was entertaining, to say the least.
Yeah, it was, and wow, DhillDucks are a team with certainly a different playstyle. The counter watch was very much online. Some interesting strats as well. Some slight off-meta picks and everything that are always fun to watch. It will certainly be interesting to see how they square up against Alt in the next grand final matchup. But man, Hivemind Villains, they certainly put up a fight. They did really well themselves, but it was a lot of the Alt fights and just some random picks here and there, just able to favor the DhillDucks in the end and secure it. And it kind of felt at times like Hivemind Villains just didn't quite know how to deal with the slight randomness of the DhillDucks.
I mean, it was cerebral. I mean, you saw the counter picking coming through. That was just hilarious. They were not expecting that, but I mean, who expects a Torbjorn coming into bomb flats there? I was not expecting it. And even seeing it. So, I mean, coming up, how is this, this meta team going to go against this team that does what they want? That's what the real setup is here, how are the DhillDucks going to face up against Alt Esports? Folks, we're going to take about an 8-minute break, maybe a little bit less. We're going to get the grand final set up, give the DhillDucks a chance to breathe, maybe use the restroom, get something to drink. And maybe grab a bite to eat before we head into the grand finals. There are 60,000 FACEIT points on the line here. Thank you once again to Iliad for putting this on. LA Smurf, always a class act in putting on these community tournaments. And thank you to XYBA for producing it for us and for FACEIT for giving us the platform. We will see you in just a few minutes. Go get something to drink, get something to eat. We'll see you back at about 7:35. All right, everybody, welcome back to the Gauntlet of the Gods, brought to you by ILIAD Esports, ex-LA Smurf and Company, putting us on a beautiful, beautiful show. XYBA doing the production, FACEIT League providing the platform to us. We finally arrived at our grand finals. Two very different results here for the two teams. It was a pretty straightforward affair with alternate esports Spartans taking on Tanuki. Okami giving a 3-0 result on the back of a lot of note buttons. And DhillDucks having a 3-1 victory over the Hivemind Villains. Villains looked good at points, but it was just the rotations that came through from DhillDucks. They were always willing to swap up their comp. I mean, HM Villains, they really did try to do counter watch, but in the end, just a little bit too much out of the DhillDucks. So that is your grand final for tonight. And so much is on the line unchanged. Let us know what is on the line here for these two teams.
Yeah, as you said, certainly a lot on the line. Winner gets the big prize, the FACEIT points from this tournament, amounting to 60k for the team to be distributed among the winners. Second place, though, so at minimum, what these teams have secured themselves from tonight is 20k FACEIT points. So I'm sure they'll all be happy about that. But I mean, anytime where you can multiply your reward by 3x, you would certainly be looking to take that. And yeah, as you said, there's a bit of a difference as well, because this is a community tournament, but it's not a community tournament that really ends here, because as you mentioned, this is partnered with FACEIT. So they move on to the FACEIT Community Showdown regional playoffs in January, where their seeding will obviously give them a slightly more favorable matchup moving into that tournament, where the grand prize for that is some cold hard cash. The team will earn themselves $1,550 if they can land themselves in first place in that regional showdown at the end. The prizes obviously work their way down: $900, $600, $300, and then if you're in the 9th to 12th, so just for qualifying and making it into like that 9th to 12th place in the playoffs of that regional showdown, they earn themselves another 50,000 FACEIT points as a team. So that'll be pretty nice for them all as well. But yeah, this matchup, something a bit different. Like you said, we've seen both of these teams already tonight, and as you previously mentioned, it's going to be the matchup of meta versus the matchup of the counterwatch, and just kind of a bit more variance in doing what they want. And how's that going to work out? Well, let's take a look at our rosters to see how that's going to play.
I mean, I think it's going to lead through Kibbs right now. We know what Cabe and Biblical have done today and throughout this entire tournament. We know what Hypno and Ross bring to the table. But Kibbs, they live or die by what Kibbs does. If the engages are good unchanged, then they typically win the fight. If there's a little bit of over-aggression, sometimes they do get punished. I think that's going to be a little bit closer here with DhillDucks willing to go outside of the Malga meta and take a look and see what they can bring here. Was we take a look at DhillDucks roster here for their grand final. We just saw them take that thrilling 3-1 victory in New Junk City in the previous semifinal match. Viesi, Razor, Bass, Redix, and Frothy Philly. Really saw a lot of variations from everybody on this team, and it just seemed like they were willing to change it up if it just wasn't working, if they just weren't able to pierce that wall of what they were facing. So like you said, it's meta versus marbles, and we're gonna see who is gonna have the most fun here. And I'll tell you what, I am ready for this. I know that everybody out there watching tonight is ready for this. But you take a real quick second. XYBA is putting on the production here. You've seen them do a lot of stuff with the Console Gaming League, with other different organizations, with the Kumiwichi and the Calling All Heroes circuit. They can provide everything that you need to get yourself a well-run, well-produced, and well-played tournament. You guys can reach out to Headrammer or to Hippie on Discord, or find them on Twitter at xyba.gg. I think that's correct. Producer man, please tell me that your Twitter is right. Okay, yes, XYBAGG on Twitter, and you can get something set up with them. I tell you what, I've worked with them for years. They are absolutely class, and you will not be disappointed with their services. But we have a grand final to get taken care of here. And as we're waiting for the invite from the FACEIT servers, I tell you what, I'm looking at thinking, how is Baz versus Kibbs going to be? I think that's going to be our first matchup that we should really dive into, trying to figure out who is going to be coming out on top of this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, didn't get to see any Mauga from Baz. As we mentioned at the start, I had heard whispers that they were, both the teams, Hivemind included, were teams that didn't want to play the Mauga, don't like the Mauga mirror, don't, prefer to play that wherever possible. So we saw that neither team resorted to the Mauga at any point. They were pretty set on not wanting to. So will be interesting because, we can almost guarantee that at least some point Alt Spartans are going to pull it out. So it'll be something we've not seen. How do Baz and the rest of the DhillDucks face up against Amalga? Well, they seem pretty confident in their abilities to play the counter-watch game, to play the swaps, and to work their way around everything. But Amalga is oppressive. So does the counter-watch play work? And can they continue to just point blank refuse to play Mauga themselves? Or are Alt Spartans going to really force the meta?
That is to be seen. We also know that Razor is very willing to go over to the Sombra. And Sombra makes Mauga's life hell, especially being able to cancel out the cage fight. So there's a lot of moving parts here that we just don't know what's going to happen. What we do know is what the map set for our grand final. It is a first to three. Once again, folks, we're not going to a first to four here. We're going to first to three. We're definitely going to see Nepal once again. We're going to see Eichenwalde this time, though, and Esperanza. So we get two new maps unchanged. This sounds absolutely beautiful to me.
Yeah, and two maps, even if we make it all the way to map 4 and 5, two maps that we haven't seen either in this tournament yet, Saravasa and the aforementioned Dorado with its new rework from a couple patches ago. So Nepal, the only recurring map that we've seen tonight, will be nice. I'm sure that's going to be one where we're certainly going to see some Mauga come out from the Alt Spartans, because brawly type maps, enclosed Koth, it kind of works very comfortably for him. But Eichenwalde is always an interesting map. It's a map where, in my opinion, each point is played very differently. It's 3 alternating play styles on each objective. Esperanza is the push map I probably see the least played personally in tournament play, so I always like seeing it pulled out, because surely the team that picked it has had an idea of what they want to do on it, so I'm always curious what people want to run. And then Saravasa and Dorado, if we make it there, will be some equally interesting maps. A lot of range on some of these. I feel like the maps with a bit less brawl focus will have been the pick of the DhillDucks. So it will be interesting to see if they can make it all the way to those maps and what they can pull out on them.
Cast your mind back to the beginning of Overwatch 2 when we were finally, when the Overwatch League was still around. You just never see Coliseo. It was always Esperanza. And now, how times have changed. Now we don't see Esperanza very often. It's now the neglected stepchild of the push maps. So once again, I think that you're trying to force this brawl, and Esperanza, there's so much high ground to take advantage of that you're almost opening yourself up to avenues of destruction. Mainly against your team, because of the way that Esperanza is set up, and because Mauga is so damn meta right now that I think that's what we're looking at is everybody wants to keep it on the ground. Kind of boring for me as somebody that likes to see, the verticality being brought into games here, especially with the Amalgam meta coming into focus. But it is what it is, and people are going to have to really be on their withers here. I expect to see some silliness out of DhillDucks. Honestly, it seems to work for them, and if they can continue, to find those crucial picks when they need to have them, then I think they're going to have a lot of success here. But you have to remember that Biblical and Cabe were absolutely on one in that first semifinal, and I'm pretty sure they're still feeling pretty good about themselves right now.
Yeah, I'm sure they are. I mean, this is one of the questions that gets asked in tournaments quite often when you're running back-to-back games like this, or games with a stagger, is does the team that's just had a bit of a break and some time to have a mental reset have the advantage, or does the team that is fully warmed up, running off of a short break off the back of getting some playtime in themselves, have the advantage? In this first map, does the carryover from the previous match mean that DhillDucks are hyped and raring to go, or do Spartans have had the time to have a mental reset, plan around what they maybe expect to see from the DhillDucks, and come in fresh? Does that give them an advantage? I'm always curious how teams look in the first match when you have one that's coming straight off of a match and one that's coming off of a bit of a break.
Right, and I completely agree with you. And I've seen both scenarios be true. I think for the DhillDucks, I think that recency might play into their favor. I also think that Spartans this is the map that they had trouble with up against Tanuki Okami. They did go to full 3 on this map set. They ended up winning. But they did have some problems, especially in Sanctum. So we'll see. We'll see how this goes down.
We will indeed, and we'll see it very soon, as the first engage is already pretty much underway. Baz taking a bit of poke, getting the health pack. Will be sure to engage again soon, and we'll be looking for that backline. There's a nice slam. Gets it up, but it's Cabe and Hypno who were able to get the first 2 picks. Baz not able to get anything in the end as Biblical peels back to finish them off. And well, Alt Spartans, they play the meta, and they've played it well on this first fight for sure.
Well, we're going to see now. I mean, kids once again doing their job, especially up against FACEIT on the outside there. So it's all about how does DhillDucks now engage. And I mean, because Malga's just going to sit there and have fun. You do see Reza though going over to that summer, so you're going to be wanting to get onto this Malga and stop the cardiac overdrive, stop the ability to get on top of your backline like he's been doing.
Certainly, you want to deny his damage mitigation, deny his self-healing, deny all of that, but it's going to be hard to do when Cabe is landing rail shots like that. Reddick's already down, but Lucio speed and sustain out. Razor dropping to the charged shots as well. Cabe still a menace as ever. There is the rally for the sustain from Ross. Stuns Baz, gets them low, force them out to reset from this fight, and once the tank's away, it's pretty hard for the rest of the DhillDucks team to get in and get any space to get the damage off. Now we see the curb back from Cabe, but Baz actually did find Hypno with that slam, so the ball sustained through the fight, came back in on the re-engage, got the kill. Now Cabe though, trading once again, finding Red X to open up their kills in this fight. Overclock immediately popped early from Viese off the back with Frothy Philly using the Kitsune Rush. Now we see the Orbital Blazer in, but not in time to keep Kibbs alive, so no Malga means no tank in this fight. But Biblical on the blade. There's a 2K, nearly gets 3, forces Razor out with about 5 HP. And Alt Spartans somehow survive that fight.
I mean, there's just the amount of sustain that just came out from Ross and Hypno. That orbital ray was everything that they needed. And Baz is going to go down here in a heap. They might get a last-second touch, maybe. There it is.
Yeah, they do get it. It's Razor who got the touch in. Baz on the second re-engage. B as well from Redix, then allowing them to find the kill onto Biblical. Kib's taking a lot of damage. Baz finds Cabe during that as well. Razor gets the virus hit onto Kibs, who's being an absolute menace trying to engage here. Rally late from Ross does find Razor, so there's a bit of sustain and a bit of damage coming in. Hypno dropping low, VSA on the Tracer, able to get them to 1, which is enough for Baz to swing in and finish them off. Red X now comes in to find Ross's Brigitte, and the DhillDucks look to, in overtime at this first point, get the cap.
I don't hate it. I like that Viasi, gets off of the Sojourn, decides to be a little bit more disruptive. I thought that Sombra was a good pick, but now you've got 2 disruptors, really, and a third in Baz on the Wrecking Ball, but they're having to take so much frontline pressure from Kibs and from Cabe that they're having a lot of issues being able to get as much disruption as they would like. But you know what? You've got Kibs in your backline with a cage fight in line.
Yeah, Kibs immediately walking their way towards point does back out slightly, realizing that the rest of their team was under a bit of pressure from Baz, who used that minefield to kind of lock the team off. VSA and Biblical now on a Tracer duel on this off angle. It's VSA dropping dangerously low. Overclock coming out from Cabe means there's a lot of damage potentially on line. There's the EMP, but immediately shut down by Razor. Frothy Philly tries to pull it out with the Kitsune Rush, but there's that note button. The Mauga cage is down, the Pulse Bomb lands, Baz drops, and once again, Alt Spartans run the meta, and they run it clean.
And it all that mattered was once Razor was confirmed dead, that was immediate no button. It was immediate. As soon as the Sombra's off the field, they went for it. They went for it and they got it. I mean, Cabe was just waiting for Razor to come out and pop that EMP, immediately headshot and gone.
Yeah, certainly no hesitation. No hesitation from the shot, and no hesitation from the Mauga getting themselves where they wanted to be to lock the enemies down. And yeah, I mean, look, DhillDucks put up a fight considering they're not wanting to mirror, and they're playing something a little bit more off meta. But in the end, Alt Spartans look like they know what they're doing on this comp, in this meta right now, and they are certainly punishing to play against.
But they really got a lot of value out of this triple disruption. I mean, it's how they flipped the point, it's how they got it up going. I think starting out with it here might yield them some better results here. And they've got point pressure right now. They've got presence. And they're looking to find and see if Baz can displace them once again out of the back line.
Yeah, and talking about displacement, Biblical went to try and contest the objective, immediately dropped its Frothy Philly getting that first pick. Cabe trades it for another support though, finds Red X. Baz did find Cabe though, so that's a lot of the damage. The Sojourn is out of the fight. Mauga slams in on VSA's head, so the Tracer no longer in this fight. Neither team quite able to get the point ascendancy. Does look like Alt Spartans are about to take it. Yes, they do. Another slam from Kibs nearly finds Razor, who's just about able to translocate out in time. Redix though finds Ross. Hypno trades it for a kill on the Baz, and now we see Biblical, who's back on the Tracer, looking to try and get some more kills, but it's VSA's Tracer actually finding Cabe. So once again, the Sojourn dropping early. Fight is a bit chaotic. Razor got the hack on the Kibs though, so they're able to burn down the tank. Biblical not able to confirm that kill. Razor gets out with some healing. Baz chases them down, and DhillDucks, after losing that initial cap, flip the fight back in their favor.
Yeah, it's quite a bit faster too. So I mean, immediately you see Biblical going over to the Genji. So now they want a little bit of their own, fun in the back line with the disruption. Now you've got 2 disruptors, Cabe opting into the Sombra meta, as it were, and we'll see how this works out for them.
Yeah, Cabe realizing they were a little bit too vulnerable on the Sojourn, now opting to be a harasser themselves. But Kitsune Rush and Laser down, both flex support ults online, means there's a hell of a lot of sustain, and nothing's going to quite die yet. But who will be the first to drop once those ults come offline? Biblical dropping low, able to get full healed, but it's VSA's Tracer getting that pulse bomb stick onto Ross, gets the sustain down, and the rest of their team collapses upon that to finish them off. And DhillDucks with a nicely used ult fight and a nice win there.
I mean, it cost them all their support ultimates. I mean, same thing for all Spartans. So as we're looking at it, the swaps coming through once again. Ross over to the Brigitte. We got Hitman going on to the Juno. So they're going to have that speed engage. So now it's going to be even better for Biblical and Cave to be able to kind of zip their way around the backline and go for Red X and company. Red X almost got the boop off the side there. Oh my gosh, this is going to be back and forth here for this village map.
Yeah, it's like I said, they're kind of forcing them somewhat off the meta because we've got Cave and Biblical on the Tracer Sombra instead. Biblical getting caught out once again on the objective. Frothy Philly lands a kunai to the head, which means the Tracer is no longer. Kibbs, though, does have the cage fight, but no one's really caught in it. Cabe finds Frothy Philly, who was the only one that had got caught. Now the EMP online from Cabe and the virus lands. Kibbs follows it up with some more damage on Red X as well. Finds Baz with Biblical. They're trying to deal with VSA's Tracer in this little mini room. There we go. As they come on to point, Biblical and Cabe are able to help out with damage, but 89%. This is still last fight territory for the DhillDucks.
Yeah, I mean, this is fantastic from DhillDucks. I mean, they were able to hold on to the EMP as well. So, I mean, you could have canceled that cage fight immediately with the EMP. They decide that it's more providential for them to be able to deal with it in the second fight.
Yeah, and one way to set up for that fight nicely is with the pick onto Cabe, then the EMP and Pulse Bomb onto Kibbs. They really wanted to make sure that Mauga died. Now the rest of the team has the space to push. There is the orbital laser down from Hivno. It's a lot of healing, but it's not enough to keep Ross alive, and it's not enough to keep themselves alive either. The Tracer from Biblical will potentially try to get out. Maybe Touch does get out with just 1 HP. Cabe drops low, has to get the Mega. Gets forced back even further. Baz being a menace. And now we're in the overtime wick. Everyone getting that staggered touch. Biblical is on point with the pulse bomb. It does not land. VSA trades it out though with a kill on Decay. Frothy Philly finds Hypno as well. The kill feed is in favor of blue. DhillDucks are up by 3 picks here. If they can kill the last 2 or at least deny the cap on point, which they do, it's DhillDucks going up or making it level again at 1-all, pulling it back to the last objective again. Is this exactly the same as how it went in that first match, Billy? Spartans, they won the first point, lost the second point. Let's see if they can pull it back and do it again here, or if it's going to be DhillDucks breaking the script.
Right, but they won both of these similar maps of Village and Shrine. They lost Sanctum. So yes. Sanctum is where they had the issue previously in their semifinal match. So that's what I'm looking at now, is how do the Alt Spartans kind of fix themselves and figure out how to deal with this coming out. So yeah, both of them using the teleporters. Once again, it's all about this disruption.
Yeah, all about the chaos that they can cause with the Wrecking Ball and the rest of the team. Biblical drops low, forced to recall already. Ross then gets caught out. It's Red X and Baz chunking in some damage. They find Cabe on the off angle back on the soldier and force them out. Biblical gets caught with a hack and a virus, so they drop as well. And the first fight is going the way of the DhillDucks.
I mean, what great pursuit there. Baz went completely forward that time and was not taking any sass from these Alt Spartans. And they've got good control right now. They've also got pretty good progress on their first pulse bomb. Good stuff from the DhillDucks.
Yeah, looking very clean and confident so far throughout these first few fights. Will be interesting to see how much longer they can keep it up. Frothy Philly gets a pick onto Ross, finding that kunai for the final blow. Razor then finds Biblical as well. So once again, DhillDucks going up 2 in this fight. Can they get third? Yes, they do. They find Cave. Now the hack will land onto Kibbs, meaning that the Queen drops. Hypno got chased down by VSA as well. And once again, nice clean team fight for DhillDucks.
It's all about them being able to take the space. That's the problem. And Cave is just not being able to find the same angles that they do in the larger map sets where it's not so concentrated here in Sanctum. So Biblical is going to have to match their P's and Q's here to make sure they don't get manually hacked out and down with the virus.
Yeah, and once again, dropping low. Nice pulse bomb landed, but Viese blinked straight past Biblical, found Hypno in the backline, meaning there is no Juno healing online for the Alt Spartans, and the rest of DhillDucks know that, so they go in, get the kill onto Cabe. Rolling through is Baz, try and find some more damage. Kibbs is stuck in the open. They get that kill. Can they get Baz out? Yes, they do. There's all of that healing. And so once again, DhillDucks with a fight win, and Alt Spartans having to look to reset.
Pulse Bomb and the double clock ready to go here for the Spartans. They've also got a rally. Big problem is that there's mines and a sound barrier waiting to meet them. And after that, if you survive all that, you got an EMP to deal with.
Yeah, and here is the minefield. Nice slam, denies the overclock from Cave, gets Kibbs as well. Rolls back in to hit more damage. Razor finds the virus kill onto Ross. And damn, that was a clean round from the DhillDucks. That was some dominance, and they're proving that they don't need no meta to win.
They don't, and they're having fun. Let me take a selfie. Absolutely, Redx, you earned it on that one. Cabe, providing what they can throughout all of this. But once we went to triple disruption here for the DhillDucks, there was nothing that the All Spartans could do. They've tried to match with a Slumber of their own. They tried swapping over to the Juno and to the Brigitte. Kibbs staying on the Junker Queen there on Sanctum, just was not able to engage because I tell you what, Baz was not letting them have any kind of an engagement path onto the point there in Sanctum especially, and that was just very clinical from them.
Yeah, like I said, that was just clean. They denied all of that engage. Cabe has been the primary opener. The damage that's been coming out from the Sojourn is a lot of what was enabling Alt Spartans to find the kills that they were getting. And as soon as, like you said, they swapped to the triple disruptor, Cabe was pretty much target number one every single time. And once they were not even necessarily getting the kills, but just forcing Cabe off of a lot of these angles, the damage from Alt Spartans was so much less. They weren't able to pressure. Kibbs wasn't able to just harass as much because there wasn't as much damage backing him up. And yeah, the DhillDucks did a really good job of taking advantage of that. And they're showing to be a well-coordinated and well-coached team that certainly know how to make their swaps.
I mean, it's just wrong. The triple disruption. I mean, Baz coming through, the manual hacks coming onto an unwitting soul that may have been, bulldozed through by the Wrecking Ball, and then the cleanup coming from the Tracer. That's good stuff from DhillDucks. You know what? We were talking about this when we were coming into this match. Does the team that has just played keep staying on fire? Apparently so. And maybe a little bit slow to react there from the Alt Esports squad. But you know what? Icon Valda is up next in our map pool here in the grand finals of the Gauntlet of the Gods from ILIAD Esports. And can we continue to play this off-meta pick here? I say yes.
Yeah.
I would like to see... Man, I saw what happened yesterday. There was a lot of Symmetra played yesterday by Nightmare Rotation up against this All Sports Esports team. And I think that Icon Valda, at least defensively, you might be able to get away with it on first point. And maybe that's enough, to kind of whittle down a time bank and then go over to, maybe different meta picks here for DhillDucks. So Alt Esports have to be cognizant of what they're coming into and what these wacky DhillDucks are bringing to this fight.
Yeah, they certainly do. I feel like even if not necessarily comp swaps come out from Alt Spartans, at the very least they need a slight change of playstyle. They need to figure out a way to absorb these dives, absorb the chaos and disruption that the DhillDucks are currently providing. Because losing the Cabe damage at the moment is just going to be it's going to be their downfall if they don't figure out a way to work around it. And so yeah, it's I don't know. I mean, that last objective has just made me feel like DhillDucks. Just there's nothing that can beat them in terms of their flexibility. Because yeah, they lost the first point, but then they immediately swapped in the middle of that point even, and from there they were just on top. And they did it they did it in the last matchup. They made changes, and they were able to come out and get the victory. And yeah, I don't know how you beat a team that is that flexible and willing to change and adapt to their opponents, because it feels like anytime you figure out something that works against them, they just find a way to resolve that issue as well.
Right. I was thinking, what in Cabe's wheelhouse especially could he bring to bear here? Haven't seen Cassidy come out, honestly.
Yeah.
Maybe to deal with FACEIT on the Tracer, maybe Baz on the tank. I'm trying to think of how they could switch their fortunes around. I understand that they are completely practiced on this meta. Really, the only change that we see is Ross and maybe swapping a couple supports. See, Biblical go off the Genji and stuff. But I mean, yeah, a bit of a change there. There from DhillDucks, going for something a little cheeky. But yeah, I mean, Baz has been the initiator and the disruptor all in one.
Yeah, I mean, doing the ultimate job on Wrecking Ball, like you said, disruptor, initiator, final blow, lander, and now they're looking to do it again here. The Queen used Shout to try and get that rotation back out, so that's not going to be online for a while in this fight. VSA getting dangerously though, as well as Baz, so looking to have to reset. No, Frothy Philly was kind of caught in a rotation there. Cabe does get the kill. Now chasing, finds Razor, landed the shots they needed. Kibbs finds Baz, and well, Alt Spartans are able to withstand that initial engage at least.
Once again, it's all about the space that has to be claimed as well. That's something that we didn't hit on, is that there's a lot more real estate, a lot more geography for the DhillDucks to have to be able to contend with, where the Alt Spartans can disengage to, as we saw them do. Baz went around behind them. They kind of held here close to the newspaper store and towards the clock tower, and they were able to get their cooldowns back online.
Yeah, cooldowns aren't online though. There is an ult. Cabe hit a nice overclock, but gets immediately burnt down. Kibbs though re-engages and gets kill onto Baz, which means no tank online for the DhillDucks, but Razor and the Beat are online from Red X, so VSA chases down the kill on to Kibbs. Biblical is still alive, but the team for DhillDucks knows that as well, and there they do chase it down. Frothy Philly and Red X's Lucio able to get the finishing blows on that, and now Razor looks to take some space on the Sombra along with their team.
I mean, and the fact that Baz has got over to their own Drunker Queen here shows that, we need to be able to crawl inside the castle, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Yeah, and Baz showing that they can do just that. Brawl get 2 kills in that fight, so their Junker Queen just as confident as we've seen previously. They are certainly not one to shy away from the counter-watch tank swaps. They have just been caught out here, though. Red X did get a kill into Biblical, and there's going to be a bit of a chaos to try and chase Baz. I don't know if the team... Actually, no. Kibbs and the rest of the team opting to just ignore it, chasing straight through to find Frothy Philly, and now finding their way back on the point. I'm sure they will also be aware of this inevitable re-engage from Baz coming in from behind. Shout out to try and chase down. Gets onto Cade, who's somewhat locked in a room here. Not really where they want to be, but does have Ross in there with them, so the Brig allowed to enable them. There's a nice rampage. Gets some 3 people in the ante. No one able to deny it either. Orbital Laser comes out from Hypno, and that's enough to sustain. Ross then comes in with the kills alongside them. And the sustain works, but Red X finds Biblical and yeah, a bit of a chaos, but a one fight in the end for Alt Spartans.
They win, but I mean, there's still cart progress going on. We're just about to bridge now, and the pulse bomb's ready to go.
Yeah, Viese being a menace on the Tracer again. Now we have Baz going in. Kips, though, does have the rampage. That hits pretty much everyone, and now they're all low and anti. The kills come in with it as well. Baz trades for one of their own in the middle of the Kitsune rush, but is that going to be enough? If they can get one or maybe two more, I think they'd like their chances, but no, they're not able to in that Kitsune, and now they've kind of got themselves stuck in a room. Do have their healer alongside them. Biblical goes a bit too far to try and chase them. Gets caught out for it. Punished. Red X then uses the beat to enable this engage. Baz finds Ross running it down. Now the rest of the team for the DhillDucks are able to chase in and follow up along with it, getting Kibbs. And that should be enough to capture this objective.
It's enough. I mean, Cade's going to want this back. And there's a pulse bomb drop behind him. VIAC gets it done. And they've got a wonderful amount of push ready to go here. Baz over to the... Do this. Okay, I don't hate it here on third point.
No, I don't hate it. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays. I mean, there isn't much to deny, but we do have Cade on, as you mentioned earlier. The Cassidy is a potential pick. Bit of zonal denial, but there's the EMP, and now the engage comes in. Razor immediately finds Hypno. Cabe drops because Red X was in chasing. VSA finds Ross, who was caught out in the middle of that as well. Kibbs, though, survived the longest. The tank was the last one to be focused and got a kill of their own. Biblical coming back with a pick on to Red X as well. A little bit of an exit frag there. So DhillDucks down a couple of members. Not going to be able to full push this with where the swarms are. And yep, but some nice progression nonetheless.
I mean, just the preemptive EMP gets them about 30 meters of progress there. So, I mean, you know what? Sometimes we talked about their patience and their stinginess. Well, now they don't care. Now they're going to go ahead and invest when they need to.
Yeah, but Hypno from Alt Spartans able to get that opening pick with the missiles on Juno. Frothy Philly, an exit frag of their own onto Cabe. I think by the time the rest of their team has reset here, though, Cabe will be back up and online. A Biblical and the rest of the team. Lots of Alts online coming into this next fight.
Cabe just made the switch over to Cassidy and has died at least once. Already has Deadeye online, just BT dubs.
Yeah. Immediately ready to go. There is that High Noon, using it just to reload. VSA, though, finds the first kill onto Kibbs. Hypno did use the orbital lasers, so damage and healing coming out. Baz finds Biblical, who had gone into their backline, so trading it 2 for 2, you would have to favor the defense for the sake of spawns here, but still means that DhillDucks can apply some more pressure coming into this next fight. Nothing's quite over yet. Cart progression coming out from Baz, looking to push. Who's going to be the first to contest? And that is Kibbs. Immediately, though, EMPU from Razor. There's the beat to back it up as well to allow the sustain to live. Kibbs does have Rampage, but got hacked out a couple times. Now finds an opportunity to use it. Lands it on a couple, but VSA is the only one that really gets hit by it because of the cleanse from Frothy Philly. Cabe, though, with 2 kills on that Cassidy, able to turn the fight. Kibbs is now fighting in a room, but Frothy Philly and Baz get the kills they need. Can the rest of the team follow up with it? Frothy Philly and the rest, they back out. And there is the reset.
Okay, there's absolutely no reason why Frothy Philly and Baz should have lived there. Hello. I mean, absolutely spectacular work for them. We're sub 30 seconds now unchanged, and there's a lot on the line here. Overclock starting here for VIAC.
Yeah, I thought for sure that Baz and Frothy Philly were going to die there. VSA has the overclock, doesn't need it, lands that first railgun headshot onto Biblical, gets that first pick. Now can the rest of the team follow?
Oh my God.
VSA with that second hit onto Cabe. And the Kitsune rush on point means all of their cooldowns will be coming back faster. Baz finds Ross, VSA finds Hypno, Razor finds Kibbs. One by one they're getting kills. Biblical did get a trade out with the pulse bomb, but a little too late as VSA had the Soldier and E on point. And just in the nick of time, the DhillDucks capture third point.
That is some serious staying power there. I mean, first point basically done within a minute, maybe a minute and a half. I mean, their first part of the defense was great, but then we see the swaps come through. Once again, DhillDucks are not afraid to swap out when they need to, and they will absolutely sacrifice their ult charge to get a better team comp and to be able to win fights better. And I mean, FACEIT has really been showing their flexibility on multiple DPS all night long. Big problem for all Spartans, though, is how are they going to deal with Razor on the summer? They haven't figured out how to deal with it just as of yet.
Yeah, the EMPs have been huge for the engages for the DhillDucks, and that's been vital, but we're not going to see that now because we've got the essay on a Junkrat, and Razor is playing the far part of a pharmacy right now. So talk about changing things up.
They've both got the right idea here. They both have decided to go sneaky. I like it. I also like the fact that we see D.Va come out here. Both teams decided that D.Va is going to be the case here.
Yeah, and the Pocketed Widow doesn't get any damage because Baz eats that first shot. And inevitably, I'm sure we'll see Cabe swap to, and now an Echo getting chunked quite low. Cabe then swaps to the Sojourn that they actually want to play, and then back to Echo. Okay, I think they finally made their mind up that Echo is who they want to play, and now we have to see Viese hitting some trick shots on the Junkrat. What kind of damage can they put out? There is a D.Va in their face. They have to concussion mine away. The Mercy comes in to heal them back up. Biblical drops dangerously low, and yes, Baz does chase in to finish them off. They're able to get that kill. Baz, though, trades their mech for that pick. Is that going to be an integral part of this coming fight as Viese tries to spam out more damage? Baz tries to get themselves back in mech.
I mean, Razor's also in kind of a wonderful way right now. Yeah, they actually win that 1v1. And D.Va's still in pilot form. There we go. She's got her back.
Yeah, and that means that the DhillDucks are set for their defense once again. And as you said, Razor on this pocketed forest, certainly piling out some damage right now. The deflect, though, Biblical nearly sends a rocket back in their face to kill them. Gets them very low. Baz alongside them drops back out, and they reset for once again another fight where they have ults online. So here we see the engage. Nice direct rocket lands to begin with. Hits Cabe. Cabe drops low. The Mercy from Red X is doing a lot of healing and sustain here. Cabe is less than half HP coming back in. Gets that back up. But there is the barrage. Gets everyone low. Biblical drops to it. Kibbs was demech. Did get the kill onto Razor, but that immediately gets rezzed by the Red X Mercy. And the DhillDucks hold.
All right. I see you, DhillDucks. We are under halfway through this first map being done. Woo. Nothing joy on that. Maybe a waste. Probably was having none of that. Looking for the duplicate coming out onto D.Va.
Yeah, but they saw Cabe go on this flank. Cabe is on their own. There is a Mercy with Razor, but that's not going to be enough. And here we see the copy come out as well. Cabe going for the 1v4 and somehow winning it at the moment. Biblical's in to help actually mop up Red X as they tried to go for the res. So that's the pharmacy duo that got dropped. Hypno finds Frothy Philly on payload. VSA trades it for a kill on the Ross, but Cabe once again finds Razor. Cabe then finds Red X.
They C9 the point!
They C9, but also Cabe just got like 3 or 4 elims against basically half of the DhillDucks roster solo. So the Cabe Echo is looking lethal right now.
Oh my word. Okay. Baz went for the power play there. They end up losing all kind of point control. Yeah, you're looking now for what you can get out of this. Viese over there, their own Echo. We saw them play that in the first series in their semifinal. So this is not anything new that we've seen from them. They've kind of flipped the points around, looking to find high ground supremacy.
Yeah, well, instead the supremacy is Kibbs. Ross used the beat for the stain, and Kibbs finds 3 kills, finding themselves heavily involved in the kill feed. There's Biblical as well, mopping up the kills from Cabe's damage, and the push is looking clean and consistent so far from the Alt Spartans.
I mean, just about 4 ultimates online here for Alt Spartans, so they're going to be wanting to get as much meterage as they can. Really try to hold these DhillDucks inside a small room here. That's a massive little hack there. DhillDucks doesn't get killed.
Yeah, Kibbs finds a kill onto Frothy Philly, but Razor trades it for a kill onto Cabe, who is the primary damage provider for the Alt Spartan. So no chunk damage from the Echo. TP online, Bubbles as well. Baz pops everything. But there it is, the pops of Alt. Biblical lands the post bomb and gets the damage follow up because they are in the range of that orbital laser to give them the damage boost. Baz technically finishes himself off, but it was a lot of damage from the Alt Spartans and another good Alt fight from them.
This would be one of those times where you just lose your ult charge and just get rid of it. Well, it looks like Kibbs is going over the Winston, so I mean, bubble management's going to be a little bit less of an issue here as up against the Diva. That's an interesting swap there from Kibbs.
Yeah, Cabe, though, finding himself somewhat caught out, immediately gets killed out of the copy. VSA was not messing around with that one, which means they can then push the rest of the Spartans back.
They are looking for this 3rd point. They got 2.5 minutes to do it. They're probably looking for a grab combo here of some sort.
Well, there's the grab. It hits directly onto Kibbs. Not much of a combo, more just your tank doesn't get to play the game. Grab locked down the ultimate CC, and now Cabe drops as well to a bit of poke from Red X. I think the SA hit a nice arrow as they were trying to disengage there.
Well, I mean, you're looking now. You got both your support ultimates online here for DhillDucks. Hypno didn't get a lot of value out of their last Kitsune rush, so that's a bit of a oof there for them. Biasi, though, is going to have these dragons. That's going to be able to section off the point. It's going to buy them a lot of time.
Yeah, they're going to have to deal with Biblical, though, coming in with a pulse bomb now online. Ross popped the beat early. It's immediately traded back by Reddick, so a little bit of an advantage in their favor. Razor has that beam up to a nice charge. Gets hit with the stock, though, so DPS for DPS trade. Kitsune rush out from Frothy Philly means there's more damage and cooldowns for the DhillDucks, which does eventually force the Alt Spartans back a bit. Nice storm arrow landed there onto Ross, takes them down. Bubble allows the engage to come out. Biblical, though, finds VSA. Very low is Kibbs, but they're going to be able to get out. A nice railgun shot hit from Cabe. Gets Baz very low, forces them out of this fight. Frothy Philly gets the one. Biblical dies, though. Kunais on both DPS landing, so Frothy Philly and Hypno getting a pick each. Razor out of the fight means there's no more Reaper to burn down through that monkey's health pool. Winton will be doing his thing, but the defense do have the spawn advantage. Baz still alive. There's the Reaper in. Immediately Bubble burst. Cabe lands a railgun and now goes for the overclock. Cabe is doing their thing on the soldier, and right now,
oh my god,
Kibbs gets one as well. Frothy Philly does find Cabe in that grab eventually, but with Kibbs primaling in the back, it's not going to be enough. Frothy Philly then finds some damage of their own. Can the rest of the team follow up? They seem to be doing just that.
I mean, 3.82 meters, 20 seconds. It's all about last-second touches here. And Biblical gone is actually a good thing.
Yeah, Baz of the DhillDucks on the Malga immediately burnt down, though. Hypno VSA on the Venture able to do some damage here. The DhillDucks looking to finally hold it out here on the defense. Razor finds Kibbs, so no more monkey online. Frothy Philly finds Cabe, who had just got up and on that last second recontest, the DhillDucks get the kills they need, and they win the second map as well.
That is actually fantastic.
Yeah,
coming out from them, and I liked seeing with what they brought to bear there. I mean, once again, it's the adaptability, it's the willingness to throw away ult charge for the better composition. And that's exactly what they bring. Because I mean, all Spartans were winning that fight until they weren't. It was all because of the last second changes unchanged.
It was indeed. It's something I try to tell my teams all the time that some people might not find it fun, but Counterwatch is a real thing. Ults might be important, but just being on the right comp and being able to punish your opponents is undoubtedly more important, and is being proven here by the DhillDucks as they go up 2-0 in the series against the Alt Spartans. And yeah, I mean, great individual play from everyone. Like, every player on both teams is having their moments, and it's just somehow DhillDucks and that flexibility are able to just pull out like impressive last moment clutches.
I mean, of course, Hippie had to show us the failed launch of the self destruct there, which Frilly Frothy absolutely called Baz out on. But I mean, it's adaptability, and that's the name of the game right now. And it's the last second change that gets them to championship point. Esperanza is going to be our next match when we come back from break. Don't go away, folks. The conclusion, maybe, when we come back. All right, everybody. This could be the final time that we come back from break here in the Gauntlet of the Gods, presented to you by ILIAD Esports, LA Smurf, the queen, the goddess. We love you, my darling. Thank you so much for having myself and Unchanged and XYBA Productions here on the cast for you tonight. And it's all brought to you by FACEIT, the platform that we are playing on right now. We are headed into what could be potentially our last map of the night. And it is going to be Esperança. We're going to Portugal Unchanged. And man, oh man, we've got an idea about if things go the way that we think they're going to go. This could be it right here.
Yeah, well, less so even if things go the way we think they're going to go, more if things continue to go the way they have been going so far in this matchup. I mean, as you can see on your screen, the DhillDucks are currently up 2-0 on maps against the Alt Spartans. And a big part of that, Billy, is their ability to change comps. It's their flexibility. But within that, there is, you know, some people that are maybe standing out to us. So I'm sure everyone in chat can have some ideas. I'd like to see what people think, but I'm going to keep my cards close to my chest on this one because I'm finding it very hard to say if things continue the way they've been going, who has been the most vital part of this team, because so far, in my opinion, this is a true testament of team play and flexibility and synergy and coordination on all levels from the DhillDucks to be winning at the moment. And yeah, I'm interested to see on this potential last map what the Alt Spartans can try and pull out to beat that synergy, flexibility, and adaptability.
Do they know? That's the question. Do they know? They do know! But what are they going to do about it? The answer is nothing. They're going to be able to do absolutely bubkiss about it.
Yep, Cabe already down immediately. Ross dies as well. Kibbs does find the trade onto Razor, but I mean, a 2-for-1, making it a 3-for-1 is not a favourable. Kibbs again, though, finds another. That's Red X down. VSA has to get a health pack before they can re-engage on the Queen. Baz rolls back in and cleans that up, though, and in the meantime, Red X was starting to get that payload bot a push it.
Oh, man. That was just a tale of two separate fronts. Maybe three. It's this triple disruption, once again, that is just blowing the Alt Spartans' minds into smithereens. They don't know which way to look. Which way did he go? Which way did he go? From the old cartoons back of when I was a little kid, they might actually get this first point. They do not.
No, but they did get very close. Razor and Red X slightly quiet, although Baz maybe being the first one to drop, gets dangerously low and does get chased down by Biblical, meaning there's no more ball to cause some chaos in those backlines. Does look like the DhillDucks are using that as an opportunity to disengage and reset, and Alt Spartans will start their push.
That's a yikes moment. That's a yikes moment. You come up over the top, you're like, what the hell? And you almost go down.
Yeah, Razor, though, finds, again, the first pick onto Cade, meaning there is no more Sojourn damage online for the Alt Spartans. That's a lot of their kill potential out of this fight already. And look at the shots landing from Razor there. VSA tracks down Ross while they're doing so. Translocated back onto point to find themselves a bit of healing. Pulse Bomb does not land from Biblical. And the EMP is online from DhillDucks. So can Razor find anyone with this? Is this slightly staggered out fight here? That Translocator certainly didn't go where they wanted it to. Now we see the Orbital Laser to counteract what was a failed EMP. Beat comes out from Red X to sustain themselves through it. Hack lands. Does get Kibbs low, but not before they get the Rampage off. Hypno drops, though, to Frothy Philly. Razor finds Kibbs in their backline. Baz gets kill onto Cabe. And, well, I guess even missing an EMP at the moment doesn't mean that DhillDucks lose a fight.
I didn't hate it. Okay, I mean, that's just great. Yes, I agree. Nog friend. It was the surprise EMP that you didn't know you wanted. That's what it was. And now Pulse Bomb coming up online here for FACEIT, and you've got the Mind still from Baz. I mean, that's going to create so much space.
Yeah, it does indeed. I mean, VSA got low, but Frothy Philly, again, the first pick is onto Cabe. No Sojourn again. Kibbs, though, finds Frothy Philly, who had pushed up a bit to get that kill. VSA now being a harasser. Kibbs eats that pulse bomb, though. Nice play from the diva of the Alt Spartans, and now Biblical and the rest of the team able to follow up off the back of the somewhat missing damage from the DhillDucks. Cabe finds one of their own, Kibbs finds another, and the Alt Spartans win a fight and get the bot pushing back towards the other side.
Biblical's going to have an option here to try and find some value with this pulse bomb. Nothing to eat it. Really nothing to really deal with it other than a Suzu. Probably is going to be very mindful, thinking that Biblical probably has it. Question mark? Not sure.
Yeah, how good is the ult tracking? We will see. Depends when the Suzu gets used or if it gets forced out early. Pulse bomb, never mind, it doesn't land, so the Suzu is not needed to deny it. Kibbs getting chunked a little bit. There's the orbital laser online from Hypno. The rest of the team trying to follow up and stay in it. They do indeed. Cabe and Kibbs get kills. Biblical gets the healing and the kill off the back of it as well onto Razor. They then chase down Redex. VSA can't do anything to contest, and well done. DhillDucks do win, and I think Razor missed EMP once again.
Frothy calling out their main support there. I'm EMP, or I'm beating on EMP. He did not, chat. In fact, do that. And you've got a pulse bomb coming up from VSA. You've got that said beat drop ready to go. We're about halfway to them catching up to the DhillDucks at 4:51, just under halfway through this flashpoint.
Yeah, and the DhillDucks do touch just before they get that cap onto the bot. Start pushing it back away, creating space. Bomb already out from Kibbs. Does find VSA, who recalled just a second too early to avoid that bomb. Kibbs got 2 with that. Got enough damage to then finish off Baz. So DhillDucks once again resetting, and this might be just enough for the for the Alt Spartans to get some nice progression here.
Yeah, I mean, they get their checkpoint. Now, they're not going to have to wait for that. Yeah, pulling out the Symmetra. Your defense matrix ain't going to eat that. So now you just got to watch for Biblical on the back line with that pulse bomb in hand.
Yeah, it does land. It hits Baz, not the back line, so gets the tank low. Razor drops to Cabe, who is now on the Sombra themselves. That beam is up, doing some good damage. D-Mex Kibbs, but Ross tracks it all the way back and finds him with a kill. Frothy Philly lands a nice kunai to get Cabe. This is a scrappy fight, and no one's really got the ascendancy, but now we see Baz land a nice axe on to Ross. Can the rest of the team follow up? Doesn't really matter, because now they're going to revert to pushing the bot.
Kibbs was looking for a remech attempted kill, and actually has to get back into the neck. They had it for a good 10 seconds there. So we're going to see now. Forward spawn's ruined here. Big EMP comes through.
Huge. That was a 5-man EMP out of Cabe, showing Razor that they know how to play the Sombra as well. That's one hell of a way to quickly flip and tidy up a team fight. And looking to push forward now to try and take advantage of it.
9 meters, less than 3 minutes. This is to keep themselves in this championship. They need to get something done here.
Yeah, the hack gets denied thanks to the VSA's turrets on point. VSA, though, does drop first. It's Biblical getting the opening frag with some follow-up from Hypno and Kibbs' damage. Cabe dropping dangerously low, forced to translocate out, gets revealed, but is still able to escape with their life. There's an EMP, hits the remaining members of the Alt Spartans. Baz and Razor able to clean it up. Now they're going to try and chase Hypno. They do just that. The hack comes online to deny the health pack. Cabe gets found and runs away. And DhillDucks push once again.
These turrets are going to prove very, very, very instrumental, I believe, in coming into the last 2 minutes. If ISC is very, very careful about where they place them, it could really pull a manual hack out of Cabe.
Yeah, we already saw it shut down one of those. Now we see the wall come out. That huge shield splitting up the point, but they're still down on them because Red X dropped. So Kitsune Rush comes out to try and provide some more healing, get that cooldown reduction online, but Frothy Philly dropped dangerously low. Baz does find Cabe though, who was the one threatening on the backline. VSA not able to try teleport out. Ross gets a kill. Kibbs trades another kill onto Frothy Philly, so no supports for the actually never mind. DhillDucks saw Red X come flying back in after hitting a nice rollout. Baz pops the Primal Rage, still drops dangerously low, has to back out because Red X is their only support alive at the moment, and now Biblical and the rest of Alt Spartans attempt to push back once again.
Almost a minute on the clock. They did get an extra 20 meters lead onto Alt Spartans. Is that going to be enough? They've got a pulse. They've got that the sound barrier online. Biblical down 84 to pulse bomb. How much is that going to weigh into this next coming fight?
Yeah, and with Viese on the Soldier 76 now, talk about trying to find a way to play every hero in the roster at the moment. They've just found themselves 3 kills immediately upon their first fight in the swap. Now Baz looks to reset and figure out where they can engage from. Translocator already used, yet Cabe knew they were dead the second that Translocator didn't hit where they wanted to. Now they're back in. Baz trying to do damage on the Kibbs, but there's that orbital laser damage and healing. Keeps him alive. Red X hit the beat, but it was too late to keep Baz alive, so the rest of the team opts to use it to disengage instead. Kibbs doing a good job taking this high ground, being a harasser on the monkey at the moment. It is now in overtime, though, and it is still the DhillDucks with the ascendancy here. So we'll be interested to see how they plan to take this fight. Huge EMP from Razor. Gets 1, gets 2. That is both supports down. I thought they were going to reset and play a bit patiently, but no. They went super aggressive, and the DhillDucks looking to just win it here. And they do. The series comes to an end. DhillDucks 3-0. Clean sweeping. What a way to win.
If you would have asked me at the beginning of this series, was it going to be a 3-0 sweep for the DhillDucks, I would have told you, nah. But the adaptability, the willingness to give up ult charge in favor of better comps. And you saw there in the last fight, before they retook the control, before the Spartans took control of that first, or of the bot, you saw them push up to where they got their meterage, as close as they could go, without getting marked out and sent back to spawn. They went ahead and disengaged. They gave them another fight before we ever got to the midpoint of the map. And that's exactly what we're talking about, is smarter decisions rather than going for all these frags. And I mean, that has been the MO of DhillDucks all night long, all day long. And they really did play it to a T.
Yeah, they did. And landing huge ults when it matters. I mean, we were somewhat memeing Razor for the 2 missed EMPs on that map that didn't quite land as they'd have liked. But when it, when push came to shove on that push map, when it came down to that overtime scenario, they landed it as big as they could have. They got the 3-man, but more importantly, they hit both of those supports, knowing that they had Baz's follow-up along with them, and they blew it up, and then there was no way for the Spartans to sustain on that payload. And yeah, here we see it right now. There is that play, 1, 2, 3, but gets the kill on both the supports, and that's all they needed to get a 1, 2, 3-0 in the series. And yeah, I just want to say, shout out to whoever is coaching or the players for building up the synergy that they were able to do on the DhillDucks, because that flexibility and that adaptability that they had was incredible.
Absolutely agreed. And that's going to be 60K going to DhillDucks for their first place win here. And that, I mean, massive win to them. And I tell you what, 20,000 FACEIT points ain't so bad for the second place team. Great effort there from DhillDucks. But I tell you what, This was a fantastic tournament. It's 2 losses in 2 days, unfortunately, for the Spartans, but still, I mean, you get to 2 grand finals. That's nothing to shake your head at. And we're going to see all 4 of our teams that we saw today in the semifinals and the grand finals in your community showdown in January, brought to you by FACEIT. But you know what else we're going to have? We're going to have an interview with you. We're going to get somebody in here from the DhillDucks. We're going to leave it until we get back with them. But don't go away, folks. We're going to set that interview up. We'll be back with you in about 3 minutes. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are here with the Gauntlet of the Gods. We've got our champions. It is the DhillDucks. And we've got your MVP of the night. And it's none other than Razor joining us in the interview booth. Razor, how are you feeling after that thrilling win? I love it. 6,000 facing points is pretty good, yeah? Oh my lord! Do it.
Honestly, I don't.
Bet 10. Yeah, bet 10K for me, please.
Got it.
Sounds incredible. I'm glad that you seem to have very much enjoyed yourself in that matchup. It's good to hear you in good spirits. As mentioned, you are joining us, but there is a reason you are joining us for this interview. That is because through a lot of hard discussion and contemplation, me and Billy decided that you were today's grand final MVP. So congratulations for showing off and showing out in that 3-0 victory. You and your team played amazingly well together. And one reason why it took a lot of deliberation for me and Billy to come to a conclusion on who to give MVP was because we honestly felt like a big part of your team's overall reason for winning was just down to sheer adaptability, willingness to change, willingness to swap comps from many members of your team, and the synergy to seemingly make a wide variety of compositions just work. So my first question for you is, how are you guys able to build up that level of synergy? Like, how often do you scrim? What is your level of coaching? Because goddamn, you look like one of the most impressively adaptable teams I've seen in a long time.
All right, to start it, 0 scrims. We have not scrimmed. For our coaching, we got Coach Nogfriend. We stayed up until 3 a.m., a sleepless night, making our comp sheet that we tweeted, which included some of our very interesting strategies like beam comp, shotgun comp, the Slenderman comp, which was our main one that we ran the entire time with the Sombra and the Reaper and the Soj and the Ball. So, not a lot of practice, but a lot of time on the theory craft raft, as we like to call it.
Awesome! That is absolutely mind blowing. I mean, that's brilliant. I love that. That's like the kind of deep dives that I do when I'm doing coaching and that. But to just have the instinctive ability to play those comps. I mean, there's one thing about knowing what to play, but it's a completely different thing to know how to play it. So having that level of competence from you guys and being able to show it off in a tournament like this, that is very impressive. So well done, and shout out to the cram sesh.
I don't know if he's here with us anymore.
Hello? Sorry?
Oh, there he is.
Hey,
Okay.
my bad.
Okay. There we go. Yeah. So my big question is, when do you guys find that you have to swap comps? Is it when they, play Counterwatch with you? Is it something that you see coming out? Did you guys catch the match last night on a Bull Scout stream with the Nightmare Rotation and Alt Esports? Because there's a lot of stuff that I saw from last night that I saw kind of moved over here that worked really well in your favor.
We did not end up catching it, but usually what happens is we all just kind of load into the game and we decide, you know what, we want to go beam comp this map, or we want to go the glitch comp with all the robots. But sometimes it's like, if they're going to be on Diva, why don't we go beam comp, and then they go monkey, and then we go shotgun comp. It's kind of broken. They just need to refer to the comp sheet. We tweeted it. They just didn't refer to it. It's fine.
Okay, first of all, I need to be following you on Twitter now because I need to see this comp sheet. I need to study this for sure. Unchanged, you got anything else for Razor before we let him go?
Just one question then. As someone that is as flexible and willing to play various heroes, I'm just curious, who is your favorite? Who would you play if you could get to just choose to play one hero and they worked in every team comp?
Oh, I love playing Sombra. Sombra's fun. Oof. I mean, you can see that entire match. That hero is broken. It's so funny. You just go in EMP, one-shot their Juno, they don't know what to do.
Awesome. That is, I love to hear it. I'm someone that loves to kind of break opponents' mental. I'm a somewhat similar mentality. I like the ability to just go in and be a menace like that. So lastly, to finish off here for this interview, do you have any shout outs then? I mean,
I do.
Shout out to your team, but
I do. Shout out shout out my team. Shout out Coach Nog. Shout out Pimpy and Bloodskull, the #1 bullies. And that's it. Thank you.
Awesome. Absolute pleasure to have you here, and a pleasure to watch you play. Good luck in the tournament come January. We hope to see you progress further through that, and we hope the cram sessions continue to work in your favor.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. That was Razor joining us here in the casting booth with the MVP celebration interview for the evening as we're bringing it back. DhillDucks 3-0 over Alt Spartans. And, I mean, it was pretty one-way traffic, unchanged. Malga meta can be beaten through the power of friendship and cramming sessions. Let's take one final look at how we got to crowning our champions here tonight. One final look at our bracket all the way from the round of 16 to the grand finals. And I tell you what, I mean, both teams had their ups and downs. They had some really close matches. Amplify seemed to give DhillDucks the most trouble of the out of the tournament. One of only a couple 3-2 results, but it was pretty one-way traffic here for the DhillDucks here in the finals. So any closing thoughts before I get us out of here?
Yeah, I just want to go back over mentioning what this win for them means. It means I'm not exactly sure actually how the placements work because there are other community tournaments involved, but it means they have secured themselves a nice high placement coming into the FACEIT Community Showdown Regional Playoffs in January. It means they have won 60k from this tournament, and yeah, just ultimately means they're going to have a good chance of progressing through that big FACEIT tournament, the regional playoffs in January, which is I'm sure something they as a team are very much looking forward to. So yeah, just impressed about that, and I love the community integration with FACEIT. So yeah, great to see great players play. Great to see more tournaments and more communities getting involved, and will be very fun to see the crossover of those communities come that regional playoff.
Well, before I get up here, I want to thank everybody behind the scenes. The beautiful production was put on by XYBA Productions, Headrammer and Hippie's Love Child. If you need something put on, please make sure that you reach out to them on Twitter, XYBAGG on Twitter. You can also Discord them at Headrammer or Hippie. And then also thank you to FACEIT for putting on the platform. And thank you to everybody at ILIAD for always putting the community first. LA Smurf is a goddess in our community. She has always been there for all of us. Thank you for having myself and Unchanged on. We love your faces. Thank you to Foxhard and also the Dunkinator for giving the back-end support and moderation help as well. And everybody else at ILIAD Esports that helps put these wonderful community tournaments on. I'm Chef Billy. That is Unchanged, and we are going to see you guys later. Thanks so much for watching. Bye-bye, y'all. Happy Christmas.
Bye-bye. Merry Christmas, everyone. Happy holidays.